Herkese günaydın
Good
diliyorum.
morning, everyone.
Şu anda bir
At the
konferansın
moment,
daha başlangıcındayız. Bu
we are at the beginning of another conference
biliyorsunuz
organized by
Komisyon'daki o
the
listenin
Sabri Ülker
sağlık
Foundation based on its
sektöründeki gelişmeleri.
mission
Bugünkü
to
konferansımızın
improve health communication.
de adı
This is our fifth conference,
yaşadığımız pandemi
and
değil,
it's called,
pandemi
well,
çağının
it has to do
sağlık
with
yaşamı.
the pandemic that we live in,
Konuklarımız var.
healthcare
Yanımızda
communication during the age of the pandemic.
pandemi
We have
öncesi
very
de
valuable guests with
koronavirüs
us, and
yakalandı
with
dünya
them,
ve Türkiye bu salgına. Bu
we will
salgının
talk about the pandemic,
realitelerini
which we were not prepared
iletişim
for in Turkey, neither around the globe.
akşam
And
8'de
the authorities introduced a communication process where at 8 o'clock in the evening each day, we would find out how many people have died, how many people have been intubated already, and how many people have been infected with COVID-19. And this communication has continued since March 2020 until today. It's been there. And we know the role of social media and other media, in which environment we all try to survive. We are still trying. The Ministry of Health sends messages. I don't know how connected you are to their messages, but they're telling us that we are still losing 200 people each day. So what will happen next? What kind of communication awaits us? What has been done until now is what we will discuss now with valuable scientists and experts. So if you allow me, I'd like to, first of all, invite to the floor Talat Üçöz, who is the head of our foundation. Welcome, sir. How are you? Hello, thank you very much. How about you? Thank you very much for organizing this conference. What do you have to say to us? Thank you very much. Hopefully it will be a fruitful conference. Valuable speakers, distinguished participants, Sabri Ülker Foundation Nutrition and Health Communication Conference is beginning. Welcome all. From our country and around the globe, we have very valuable experts with us. During the pandemic, healthy lifestyle, nutrition, and social health have become even more important, and we will have specialists of the subjects to discuss these matters with us. Misinformation introduces many risks regarding the health of the society. We will discuss these and learn about them during the conference. Media literacy and the access to the right information, accurate information, will be subjects that we will tackle with. And as Sabri Ülker Foundation, devoted to healthy lifestyle and nutrition in over the past 10 years, we have aimed to enable the right information, the accurate information to reach all the segments of the society. And during crisis times, our work is even more valuable. To transfer scientific knowledge to the society is a big opportunity that keeps growing. With this understanding in mind, for 5 years, we have carried out this program on nutrition and health communication, and we are happy to have converted this into an international conference. Each year, we have a health team that is on the agenda, and we get together with scientists and specialists to discuss the trends. This year's theme is health communication during the pandemic. During our conference, we will talk about health communication during the pandemic and how we can create a positive impact on the physical and mental health of the society, how we can understand the health behavior of the society during crisis situations like the pandemic. We want to handle this subject from a healthcare point of view. And also, we want to see the repercussions created by the pandemic and the policies created by the government. We will listen to specialists discuss these matters with us. And also, we will have not only scientists, but many participants from many different backgrounds with us. I wish that it will be a helpful conference, a fruitful one for all of us. And finally, I hope that this conference contributes to health communication during the pandemic. Many thanks.
Biz de teşekkür ediyoruz Talat Bey.
Cordial thanks, Talat Bey. If you allow me now, now we would like to view with you a very beautiful film which covers the past 10 years of the Sabri Ülker Foundation. Let's see what we did to fulfill our mission.
Toplum sağlığının geleceği için bugünden üretmek, bugünden çalışmak ve farkındalık sağlamak. Bilimselliğin önemini anlatmak, sağlıklı yaşam ve beslenme konularında güvenilir bilgilerin topluma ulaşması için çalışmak. Tam 10 yıldır işimiz bu, hedefimiz bu, varoluş nedenimiz bu. Gıda, beslenme ve sağlık alanındaki bilimsel bilgilerin topluma ulaşması için alanında uzman bilim insanlarından oluşan bağımsız bir bilim kurulunun rehberliğinde başladık çalışmaya. Bundan tam 10 yıl önce. Ulusal ve uluslararası paydaşlarımızla alanının referans kurumlarıyla işbirliğiyle paylaşmak için 10 yılda onlarca proje gerçekleştirdik. Gelecek sağlıklı nesillerin teminatı, bugünden bilinçlenen çocuklarımız dedik. Yemekte Denge Eğitim Projesi bugün 8. yılında Türkiye'nin en kapsamlı ve sürdürülebilir dengeli beslenme eğitim projesi olarak fark yarattı. 7 milyona yakın çocuk, ebeveyn ve öğretmene ulaşan projemiz ilkokullarda Türkiye'nin 4 kavramış çocuklar kazandırıyor ülkemize. Genç bilim insanlarımızın ülkemizin bilimsel ortamının yeşermesine katkı sunabilmesi için desteğe ihtiyacı var. Sabri Ülker Bilim Ödülü her yıl bu misyonla düzenleniyor, seçilen projelerin gelişmesine destek sağlıyor. Türkiye'nin ilk dijital bilimsel bilgi platformunda ne söylediğini yazan tek kanal oldu. Türkiye'nin ilk uluslararası akredite beslenme ve sağlık iletişimi programı ile her biri alanında uzman bilim insanları ve iletişimcileri aynı masanın etrafında buluşturuyor. Her sene hem iletişim profesyonellerine hem de tıp öğrencilerine alanında tek olan bu eğitimi sunuyoruz. Harvard Üniversitesi bünyesinde kurulan Sabri Ülker Merkezi'nin bilim dünyasına sunduğu değerli buluş ve bilgileri dünyanın bilgisine taşıyoruz. Türkiye'de bir yıl Harvard Üniversitesi'nde düzenliyoruz. Güncel sağlık konularının tartışıldığı, alanında uzman isimlerin katılımıyla gerçekleşen Beslenme ve Sağlıklı Yaşam Zirvesi düzenlediğimiz bir başka önemli etkinlik. Popüler bilim, akademik yayınlar ve çocuk kitaplarıyla Türkiye ve dünyadan referans örnekleri okuyucularla buluşturan Sabri Ülker Vakfı yayınlarını kurduk ve dünya genelinde referans kabul edilen saygın kurumlarla işbirliği içerisinde yürüttüğümüz tüm bu çalışmalarımızın hepsi 10 yıl boyunca önce emekledi, sonra gelişti, şimdi de hepsi Türkiye'de bir ilk olan alanının tek vakıf çatısı altında meyvelerini veriyor. Başardıklarımızdan aldığımız ilhamla çalışacağımız her değerli proje, daha sağlıklı bireylerle, daha sağlıklı bir toplum için. Çünkü yarınlar bizim. Sabri Ülker Vakfı.
Yılda yapılanlar gerçekten inanılmaz ve büyük bir başarı açıkçası.
So there has been a great success, which is thanks to not only a single person but a team. And that team is chaired by Begüm Mütüş. Sabri Ülker Foundation General Manager Begüm Mütüş is going to now deliver a welcome speech. It will be a welcome speech. Begüm is at the same time a mother to 3 children. I really appreciate that. And she's also doing her master's degree, and this is just, what she has done over the past decade. Let us listen to her welcoming speech. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you because during your chairmanship, the Communication Sciences Institute enabled this program. They are the one leading the program, and we have with us very valuable academics And I hope that everyone will benefit and they will have learning points that they will take with them, key points. So as Sabri Ülker Foundation in the field of health and nutrition, we want scientific knowledge to reign. That's why we are holding this special event on a special day. So I'd like to thank you once again and say welcome. Warm welcome to all of you. This is the 5th event we're holding of its kind, and during our conference we will have specialists from Turkey and abroad that will discuss health and nutrition with us. Health communication during the pandemic is the theme of our conference, and we will talk about misinformation and all the risks that are brought by it. Our scientists and communication professionals will discuss the relevant points. We will talk about media literacy and having the society reach the accurate information, and we will try to draw attention to the importance of avoiding misinformation. Republic of Turkey, Hacettepe University, clinical biology department head of the Vaccine Institute, Professor Günal, Professor Ali Ergün, Anadolu Üniversitesi Communication Faculty, Professor Erkan Yüksel, Eastern Mediterranean University Communication Professor Fatoş Adiloğlu will be the speakers of the first session. Professor Ali Atif Bir is going to moderate the panel, where Professor Hasan Kemal Süher, healthcare writer Zineti Kocabay, and Secretary General of Turkish Journalist Society, Sibel Güneş, will be involved. And in the second session, we are going to have communication academic Professor Yasemin Giritli İnceoğlu, Istanbul University Communication Coordinator, Deputy Coordinator Elif Kahraman, Dr. Elif Kahraman, from San Diego State University Communication School, Professor Brian Spitzberg, and the risk communication, the author of the book, How to Use Risk Communication Effectively, Eric Rifkin, will speak. We will discuss political discourse in Turkey, pandemic, and communication during the pandemic. Another important subject that impacts the society's health is how healthcare professionals use mass communication effectively and efficiently, and the problems that are encountered in this field. The pace by which the communication takes place and how information is digested by the society are key. Also, the reliability of the source of information is equally important. Most of us follow news using social media, television, and other media, and this is why we need to make sure that professional groups work on the right usage of the right media, especially social media. Journalists and bloggers work on communication and ethics, and these activities are all key. This year again, we need to raise awareness and nutrition communication experts focus on the role of journalists, drawing attention to their responsibility to make sure that mass media tools are used for the right purposes in the right way. Thank you very much for being with us along this path, not leaving us alone, valuable participants and speakers, and I'd like to once again warmly welcome you. Cordial thanks. As you can see, Begüm finally left the floor to me, showing how she manages everything so well. Take this ball and keep running. I've never heard such a welcoming speech. Okay, now we turn to a really valuable guest who was also part of our previous communication meeting, and the speech was really very enjoyable. Serhat Ünal from Hacettepe University, Medical Faculty, Infectious Diseases and Clinical Microbiology, head of department, and also the head of the Vaccine Institute. He will be with us soon.
Evet, Sayın Hocam hoş geldiniz.
Welcome, Professor. Hello, Atif Hoca. Hi. So your subject is, where did the COVID pandemic come from? Where is it headed? I'm so curious too. We know where it came from, but where are we headed now? Can you tell us? Well, that's exactly the point. I will try to cover it to the best of my ability. Atif Hoca, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Sabri Ülker Foundation, thank you very much, and congratulations on this constant communication and education process. Many thanks for making me part of this. So we will see over the in the coming 30 minutes time what we can cover. Pandemic means an infectious disease that passes from one person to the other. Well, if it's in a certain region, it's called an endemic, and we have several of these each year. Later, this spreads. If it covers the entire globe, then it is called a pandemic. And human beings have suffered pandemics for centuries. You can see these dead rats here is from the plague, and it was plaguing humanity for centuries. It became a subject to art. It harmed huge empires during the Ottoman Empire. Since the beginning of its establishment, there were great endemics and pandemics also. In China, pandemics caused a change in dynasties, and you can see they continue until the 60s. There is a monstrous symbolization of it, as you can see here. It became a subject to medical journals, and also it plagued large empires. There is the famous smallpox, malaria, typhoid. So many different diseases, classical pandemics that plagued the world for centuries. At the beginning of the last century, thanks to clean water, vaccination, and antibiotics, pandemics became controllable. And when we were in the 60s, we probably started thinking we now can control infectious diseases. But as you can understand from these names that are written on the screen, under different conditions, the pandemics came back. First of all, increased population, densely populated settlement areas, global warming, the destruction of rainforests, the fact that we live closer to wildlife, and due to increased travel opportunities, bringing big populations together more easily. The World Health Organization declared this in 2018. The Crimean Congo fever, Ebola virus, Lassa fever, MERS-CoV, SARS-CoV, during the last Olympic Games, Zika, all of these diseases, plus any disease X that we might imagine, can turn into a pandemic. And in 2019, COVID-19 did become one. So where did it come from? It came from China. There are some famous names there. Dr. Zhang She was working there as chest diseases professor, and she saw different versions of the disease earlier. On the 26th of December, 3 people from the same family had a joint finding about their lungs, and then there was a 4th case. They communicated these to the hospital management, and they in turn notified the medical authorities. They say that these patients needed to be isolated. They started using personal protective equipment when they were around them. And IFEN is actually the person in charge of emergency in the Wuhan Central Hospital, where the cases were for the first time. And when she saw a report that said possible SARS on the 30th of December, in emergency care, she informed her colleagues. Dr. Li Wenliang informed other colleagues saying, be careful because there's a new disease. And 3 days later, he was detained. Unfortunately, he lost his life on the 7th of February when he was 34 because of the COVID disease that he caught from his patient. You can see the response to the pandemic here. It's a discussion whether, the world was fast enough or not. It's really not to be underestimated. On the 8th of December 2019, for the first time, a pneumonia case was seen, but we didn't become clear about this first. The first 4 cases were seen, and then in Wuhan, at the beginning of January, surveillance began, and 27 cases were communicated. The relationship with the animal market was seen instantly, so they closed down the market instantly. On the 7th of January, it was found out to be a new coronavirus type. The genetic structure was resolved. The initial test kits were created, and on the 3rd of January, for the first time, a case was discovered in Thailand, outside of China. So WHO announced an emergency care situation, and the pandemic was announced.
So the connection to bats is known. This is the Tangnong Caves. Well, this is a cave where this species of bats is endemic, and this is their natural habitat, but that's an important tourism hub as well. People go there to do sightseeing, and they're exposed to it via respiration. The same region, 2 to 3 kilometers close to this cave, there are wildlife farms. What are these wildlife farms like? You see the raccoon musk cats, raccoon dogs, pangolin, and well, in Africa and Asia, well, there are wildlife animals for protein purposes, for feeding, and these are being sold on live animal markets. So this connection was established in December. 20,000 wildlife farms were closed, shut down immediately, and this association, well, was genetically proven, genetically linked. This is technical details, but please believe me when I say that pangolin is the intermediary animal, that it was transmitted from bats to pangolin, and they traced back the genetic signature, and well, to prove it, the biggest suspicion is that it was produced in the labs in the region, and it was leaked in an uncontrolled manner, but there's no strong evidence to prove that. The most important piece of evidence is the fact that the strain was creating the pandemic was not found. RATG13 was the strain. Well, it has a 4% difference. It's 4% different from the original strain. There are 1,100 mutations approximately. So the probability that it came out of the lab could not be proven scientifically, and the strains, they're different, they're not similar. So let's remember the general theory that SARS-CoV, well, the virus comes from bats and their systems, and they're transmitted to hosts, and these hosts transmitted to people, and it multiplies and adapts to humans, and it's spreading from humans. This is mode of transmission that has been proven. This is RNA virus, genetic, it is RNA or DNA. This is the RNA virus, and this is the spike appearance of the coronavirus, the famous one, the reason why it was called SARS-CoV. The spikes, this is the S protein or the spike protein. And this function, it has the following function. When the virus comes into a body, in our cells, we have receptors, special receptors. It clings to these receptors and enters the cell. So these are medical details. I don't want to bore you with those, but we have to be aware of this key message here. So once it enters the body, the RNA is, well, it's expressed. So this is positive sense and this is negative sense. So it is copied, RNA replication. And then new genetic materials are being produced by using this general genetic material. Well, it gets out of the body as a mature virus. But this is when it builds its own genetic material from this mold, this nucleic acid, it synthesizes its genetic code. So by mistake, they may attach to different nucleic acid by mistake, which is natural. It's not specially designed. It happens by coincidence. And during this, because of this coincidence, when the wrong virus comes into play, it's called mutation. Its genetic structure changes. One nucleic acid of a virus differs. And there may be many mutations, which doesn't matter per se, but when they accumulate and this new code, protein is synthesized from this new code based on this template, and this protein is the spike protein. It has a certain function which makes sure it attaches and penetrates the cell. If the mutations accumulate and the function of spike protein changes, is altered, attaches better to the cell or attaches poorly to the cell or worse to the cell, because mutations may be a negative or a positive thing, but due to natural conditions, if attaches less, it will not survive, because the ones who attach stronger, they will penetrate the cell more and they will multiply more, replicate more. So the mutations, if they change and if the protein structure has been altered because of that, it is called a new variant. A new variant emerges from it. So as a result of the mutation, a new variant may occur, and everyone is monitoring, has to watch for this new variants, including the World Health Organization. It's called a variant of interest, or it is called a variant of concern, which may alter our day-to-day lives. It is of concern because of its capacity. Well, we have seen such variants happening, and they were selected, they were identified, and it's a part of the natural life cycle of a virus. The only purpose of the virus is to adhere to the cell better, not to kill people, but it injures us, it harms us, and we may lose our lives. So I want to also say that the cause of this variant is, well, the reason why there's a variant, it is to replicate itself more. And if we can prevent replication of the virus, how? By preventing transmission to another person, for example, or we will vaccinate people and prevent it from replicating itself. We can't do that. It will replicate. The mutations are created, they accumulate, and it results in a new variant. We have had alpha in the United Kingdom, beta from South Africa, and from Brazil. We had gamma mutations, and the S protein was altered. Versus previous strains, they were able to adhere better to the cell, and the antibody, the antibodies were produced by the body, or by vaccination, antibodies were formed, and illness was prevented. So the alpha variant here, it is more infectious. That's why it came to the fore. Beta and gamma were not that infectious, but they were followed by the Delta variant from India. Why from India? Because there's no vaccination, and the day-to-day, there were day-to-day more hundreds, thousands of mortality cases, tens of thousands of new cases every day. And this is Delta variant could attach better to the cell and spread all over the world. So maybe we should explain it in the following way. The spike protein clings to the receptor, binds to the receptor, and when it changes in time, it adapts better to the receptor, so it clings better to that receptor. And this alteration, has a negative effect. When we produce vaccines, these antibodies they are molded toward the spike protein, the original spike protein, so that they can attach to the protein better way. But when the shape of the spike protein changes, the level of protection of vaccines go down. This happened with the variant, so it was transmitted more. You see the efficacy of therapeutic antibodies, they went down. And as we were occupied with Delta and the vaccine against Delta, we've seen that in countries where the vaccination levels were very low, Omicron came from South Africa. So until we prevent transmission, we can't say the virus is under control. When the USA says, I have it under control, UK says, I have it under control, and Turkey as well, that's not enough, because if the level of vaccination is low in other countries, and new variants will come back to us, and you can't, and you have new cases everywhere in the world. This is what happens. The increase in Europe stems from Omicron. Europe seems to have it under control in the USA, but suddenly we have 70,000, 80,000, 100,000 new cases per day. So it being lethal, if we should not forget that we need complete control against the pandemic everywhere. So it causes disease every year in the mouth. It harms cells inside the mouth. You lose your smell, and it leads to pneumonia in the lungs. And then it spreads to other organs, may result in organ dysfunction or failure. It may involve the brain, the gastrointestinal tract. It may, cause fever and fatigue. 85% it's low, but 15% they require hospitalization. 5% they need to be admitted to the ICU. So we have more and more knowledge. We know how to diagnose the PCR, the antigen, the quick antigen tests. We have antibody testing. So we have made progress in the treatment. This is the early infection, pulmonary phase comes next, and then the hyperinflation phase, where the anti-immune system of the body is being aroused. So this is the hyperinflation phase. It depends on where you are, in which phase you are in, and the treatment depends on that. We've made progress when it comes to treatment, but that's not enough. We have to fight against it collectively via vaccines and vaccination. And very quickly, our immune system has to, we know how it responds, and we need natural immunity. T cells, B cells create antibodies who are like soldiers fighting the virus, killing off the virus. There are T cells, special T cells that kill the virus. And as a result of, we know about this. Now we have vaccines. It's a huge competition. We have high-tech countries who are leading the vaccination process. They are mRNA, adenovirus, protein inactivated vaccines. Various countries, they started marketing the vaccines, but we have to draw your attention to one point. There are 12 vaccines, and 4 come from USA, 4 come from China. There is a inequality in terms of distribution, but there's become a tool of economic war in a way. So an economic war goes on also over this vaccination phenomenon. So Developing a vaccine requires 5 to 10 years ordinarily, but because they have phase 1 preclinical trials, then phase 2, hundreds of people should be covered, and in phase 3, thousands of people need to be covered. But the world is burning and we have to respond. So a very short period of time, 1 year, the first vaccines were developed. And what did we do in Turkey? First, an inactivated phase 3 of the inactivated vaccine was carried out in Turkey. So this was a Chinese vaccine. Turkey, Indonesia, Brazil, and other countries, they were in the phase 3. Why not advanced countries? I talked about the economic war that should be investigated more. Thanks to the study or phase 3 study trial, mid-January 2021, we started to vaccinate, and a group of scientists, they collaborated with, where they said that, well, they supported the phase 3 trial of the mRNA BioNTech vaccination. And as you know, in Turkey, there are 15 to 16 vaccines that are being developed now. Maybe we should talk about it separately. This was a good breakthrough, and Turcovac is the name of the Turkish vaccine. The phase 3 trial is led by Hacettepe University Vaccine Institute. Hopefully it will be registered soon and licensed soon. So Turkey is contributing to the development of vaccines. Well, we have understood what the disease was, and then we talked about treatment, and we understood the transmission chain, transmission mode. The virus is in the mouth of an affected person. They can spread 1 to 2 meters when they leave the mouth in droplets that are less than 5 microns small. So we have to keep a distance 1.5 to 2 meters, and then we have to wear a mask because it spreads through to the mouth and nose, and then hand hygiene. Mask, distance, and hand hygiene are the most important measures. They have to be implemented. Plus, we need additional measures. Closing schools, we stopped commerce, we were shut where we had to stay at home, and we're not allowed to go on the street. So when it comes to stronger variants, to fight against stronger variants, in April 2020, before we took measures before we entered the new year, and then May this year, we took other measures. There are 2 main columns here: implementing the measures, and secondly, to vaccinate as soon as possible. So we have seen fluctuations all over the world, like we're wave surfing in a way on this. Here you see these are the latest figures. 266 million cases exist in the world. 5.2 million people lost their lives, and Turkey is number 6 on this list. 8.9, we have 8.9 million cases and 78,000, unfortunately, mortalities. And as the professor said, so we're losing 200 people everywhere in the world. So there's lack of we are inadequate. So in terms of taking measures, where are we headed? What do we need to do? Well, so we have to look at situations which may have impact the progress of the disease, like the public behavior, abiding by rules. Laxness exists there, or people are tired, fatigued when it comes to implementing these rules. The Westerners say, I don't meddle with my freedom, I will not wear a mask. But where does your freedom extend? I have the freedom to be protected via a mask. So where does your freedom end? Where does my freedom begin? So the biggest problem of the outbreak is the lack of communication. Because of lack of communication or inadequate communication, people, they are acting in an uncontrolled manner. They're not abiding by rules. What is more important is to abide by the protection or prevention rules. And we can do that via public communication. I will be here until the very end, and this is the biggest issue: communication. because medical interventions, when you have a look at those, I will talk about vaccination-related problems, but effective treatment and prophylaxis, having a medication that prevents death, or well, that's not the case. I talked about how the virus mutates and how variants are created, and variants will go on to exist because of the nature of this thing. You can't control it. The only way is to control is to prevent transmission and to vaccinate. At the end, we expect herd immunity, and scientists they agree on this. In this virus, I mean, public immunity means it will be transmitted from one person. The virus won't be able to find any other person to infect at the end of the day. So, and this is herd immunity. And these are the 5 reasons why COVID herd immunity is impossible. Well, you can't prevent transmission. There are more and more variants. You can't prevent death or mortality. We couldn't vaccinate in a uniform fashion, and new variants and mutations come from areas where the level of rate of vaccination is low. Immunity might not last forever, that's clear. In 6 months, the immunity goes down, even if you are vaccinated and get sick. That's why the probability of herd immunity is quite low. So we have to look at the rules and look back and reevaluate the rules and vaccines. So this is indisputable. It is scientifically proven that these measures are very effective, indicated in the figures. So this is from Denmark. Denmark has it well under control. This is September 11, 2021. The vaccination rate is 77%, plus they took measures, of course, to reduce mortalities. And they have very low number of cases. And on September 11th, they said, that's enough. We have it under control. It's Freedom Day. They announced their Freedom Day. The rules are more flexible now. And of course, when the rules became lax, now we have more cases. So rules are very important. This is a good study. We have many more cases. Maybe we don't need this, but 2-3 weeks ago, these are top 3 countries with the highest number of cases: United Kingdom, Turkey, and Russia. When you look at new cases per million, we have 600. In Turkey, it's 305. In Russia, it's 254 per week. Per million. So let's have a look at the death toll. So of course there will be mortality from new cases. The rate of mortality rate is the lowest in the United Kingdom, and in Russia it's the highest. So it's reversed. The only difference here stems from the vaccine. The rate of vaccination is very high in the United Kingdom. It's moderate in Turkey. In Russia, it's very low. So public protection of vaccine is evident. It prevents death, mortality, and we have 2 scientifically proven facts: abiding by the measures, rules, and vaccination. But it's not enough. The vaccination, it's not. There's injustice, and people are suspicious when it comes to the vaccine, and there are anti-vaccination movements, and there are new variants. If with the vaccine alone, if you don't take other measures, you won't be able to solve the problem. I talked about the medication. Hundreds of medication are being investigated and developed so far. We have been using hydroxychloroquine, lopinavir, ritonavir, interferons, and favipiravir is not that efficacious. Remdesivir is an IV drug. Its efficacy is quite low. We have to wait for new agents. There are 3 new agents. One is, it's like antibodies. The antibodies of the vaccines, they're being delivered to the body directly against the S protein. When there's anti-CAR-T, it will block the S protein from going into the cell. This is efficacious. Its spread is wide. Its use is widespread. Molnupiravir, molnupiravir is discussed. Turkey is producing its own medication. Here you see another US company developed Paxlovid, protease enzyme inhibitor plus ritonavir. So it prevents mortality by 90%. But has not been marketed yet. Well, if I have a medication to prevent mortality and to prevent transmission, that's not the case, and still not the case. So last slide. We have the responsibility, to follow public rules. We have an efficacious agent that is protective, but we have to disseminate its use. And I didn't talk about Omicron back then, but it's similar to influenza. In people that have received the vaccine, it's like cold-like or flu-like. So we will prevent mortality when we vaccinate, and we will prevent pneumonia as was. We will experience it like usual cold or flu, and then continue vaccinating. And this is a good scenario, the best case, but we have to abide by the rule. The perfect storm. Yes, COVID-19 and flu acting together may be dangerous. So abide by the rules, the measures, get vaccinated. When it is still transmitted, you also get vaccinated against flu, which the progress of which may be worse. So where are we headed to? To the pandexit. Well, this pandemic harms the entire health system. That's obvious, but it also harmed the education system, the economic systems. When will this be over? Medically speaking, this summer, I think we will try. We will solve it medically by provided that we abide the rules and disseminate the vaccine. But our education economy was hurt a lot. It has become like a real pandexit. And when will the pandexit go away? It's difficult to estimate, to guess that. I should have finished at 50, but it's 52 past. So because of this syndrome of being a professor, I hope you were interested on the subject and you know where we're headed to now. Thank you very much for your kind invitation.
Perfect speech indeed. So I'll come up with a headline. Serhat Hoca says, in summer there won't be any problems left. Shocking news. No way, don't ever do that. That's why we are here. That's what we're here to discuss. You delivered a 30-minute speech, and just by picking a tiny bit, I could misinform everyone, and I could make people think that you showed everything to be very positive, very good. I had so much trouble with those, picked lines in my profession. Why people do this, I really don't understand. I wish we had the time to discuss. Hopefully we will discuss today. There are many reasons why it's done. Absolutely. But here, what I have read and what I have listened to here, well, this was very clarifying. It was full of the data, also graphs. The bat hypothesis, for instance, you said it was the most scientific and probable hypothesis, and there will be more and more variants, you said. The protective nature of the vaccine is very key, you said, and also the patient, we all need to use masks and benefit from hand hygiene to prevent the disease from spreading. And we have international specialists and Turkish scientists working on vaccines. Any developments with Turkovac? Well, the phase 3 trial, the main trial, we're working on it as a group. Sinovac was not, Sinovac had only the other alternative of placebo. There was no other vaccine back then, but now there are effective vaccines, and you cannot leave people without vaccines just for a clinical trial. We are comparing Turkovac with Sinovac, and it will take longer. The interim results were presented to the Ministry of Health, to TÜSEM, and there's another trial which is about what happens if after 2 shots of Sinovac, one takes a Turcovac vaccine. And the relevant work has been submitted and the Ministry of Health is working on it on a fast approval. Based on the results, we're going to see what happens next. It's still work underway, but since we work with people, who have not taken the vaccine, it's difficult to find new volunteers. By the way, let me make an announcement. If there's anyone who has not been vaccinated due to one reason or the other, please join this trial so that we can reach results. Thank you very much, and we're waiting for the results. Yeah, this was all very important, but the pandemic exhaustion is something that we should discuss, the communication fatigue that we have during the pandemic. To avoid, fatigue on the part of authorities, government, state, the World Health Organization, and to have clear messages shared, and to listen to what the authorities say and to do what they say are all key. It's all about wearing a mask, keeping a distance, and being careful with hygiene. Thank you very much, Professor. We're very happy to have you here. Now, if you allow me, I'd like to invite a speaker who is going to deliver a presentation which will be complementary to what we discussed earlier. Professor Ergür from Gasa University, Sociology Department.
Ali Ergür Hocam, hoş geldiniz öncelikle.
Hoş bulduk.
Mr. Ergür, Ali Ergür, welcome. Thank you very much. Great to see you, Professor. We worked together 20 years ago in a session. Perhaps you might not remember. It was in Anatolian University. You were moderating the session. And 20 years later, I'm back together with you. I'm so happy. I'm so touched. I've been moderating at the same spot for 20 years. Thank you so much. I don't know if I made the same mistake earlier too. I said Ergür, I apologize. This must be something that you correct most. I have a doctoral student with that surname. I apologize deeply, sorry. It's okay, I'm used to this now. I thought so. So, we have an important subject, social impacts, understanding the pandemic based on the experiences of healthcare professionals. Thank you very much. To the best of my ability, I'll go as fast as possible, but the subject, well, we made research based on the experiences of healthcare professionals, but before that, I'd like to speak about the social content, the facts that the pandemic showed us and what it has enabled us to discover as a sociologist. The COVID-19 pandemic, or the global epidemic of COVID-19, is the first global pandemic. Some people will not accept this. They will say there were grave pandemics globally in the world in the past? Well, I'm saying this because the pace by which the pathogen spread was never this much. It was, just one flight from Wuhan to Istanbul, and the pathogen is carried during such a flight. As you know, at the beginning in Turkey, people believed that this virus did not exist, and there were suspicions about only people who came from abroad. But it's really strange because when we are so globalized and so much in communication, of course, it would be impossible. It wouldn't apply in any way. This pathogen is really communicable, but also the global relations have a really fast pace and they're very active. They were already at the beginning of the pandemic and they are still today. So in such an environment, the virus is able to spread all over the earth very rapidly. And differently from other pandemics, it didn't go from one center to others in waves. It was multi-centric and it spread all over the globe. From that point of view, since it shows globalization concretely, it was the first of its kind in terms of how fast and how well spread it covered the entire world. And then there's the global information circulation that has to do with the information about the pathogen or the disease itself. They also spread equally fast. And this created a domino effect because we are living in a really fragile world and it's made up of systems and institutions that are interconnected. Global capitalism, global culture, and the fact that everyone owes everyone in this order, we were depending on each other. And COVID showed this very clearly in a very striking fashion. It made it very fragile, it turned it into a crisis, and it made it visible. So this shock that we have had, well, we go back before that shock and we check the features of the situation because they were the ones that changed things. This is from 1980s. It's a new understanding of economics, a global capital being organized, finance coming to the forefront, services expanding, industry and agriculture shrinking, public health works and social state losing ground. So this series of policies made sure that the society would be based on false grounds in the new world order. And what I mean by that is that the way business is done, the way work is done, are mainly temporary or without security and transient. And they flow. Some economists and socialists created a concept of precaria and proletariat. So they created a new term which was talking about a distorted work life. The flow means that everything is fluid and everything keeps changing. Nothing is constant, nothing is stable. So this was the new capitalism, and its proposal was that the individual rescue mythos. As you know, in the 80s, Rambo was one of the cult movies, and it was an anti-Robinson Crusoe movie, because Robinson Crusoe, at the beginning of the 18th century, when it was written, it became the liberalistic understanding where humans would keep rediscovering itself, but Rambo was more about a world that was already demolished, changed by an individual who was creating his own justice. So this individual savior mythos in all aspects of social life became a mythos, which is also in a very striking way appearing along with COVID, because this ideology gives us the message that you remain alone, you remain by yourself because others are enemy. So there would be no class solidarity, no group solidarity. You are the only way out. But COVID showed that this was not the case. So the class solidarity was eliminated, or at least it became fragile. And production, concrete production, became invisible. There was virtual economy, mainly based on services, industry and agriculture producing concrete outputs was no longer the king. Now it was the virtual economy becoming of more gravity. We could see this especially after the 1980s very clearly. It became a really strong trend. Production became invisible, and humans were no longer able to associate themselves with production, and consumption became a way of existence. It became an identity strategy, a lifestyle, and as a result of that, nature was now being exploited on a constant basis, and this gave us the superiority of seeing each other, seeing ourselves as the patrons of nature, which indoctrinated us. And this was another element that was brought up by COVID. The hypothesis or the failure of thought that we could consume nature endlessly. There was an end to it, though, chemically, physically, in every possible way. And this could turn into a chain reaction, bringing a destruction globally. And we could see this as a result of COVID-19. Earlier, well, I was only able to catch the last part of the speech delivered by the valuable professor. Vaccines are so key, especially the discussions and the attitudes regarding the vaccines were an indicator of the avoidance of rational thought. And this was a political discussion. This does not only apply to the vaccine issue. What I'm trying to outline is the political environment also, and it's a dead end that involves racism, conservative reactions, and isolation of others from time to time. And most importantly, the clashes that we have today in our world and the social movements, in their essence, have religious, ethnic, regional, cultural appearances, but on the basis of it all, they have the information society and whether you are able to understand it or not, whether you're able to act the way it requires you to or not. And this means we have the representative parliamentary system, no more that representative anymore. The end of remaining in groups was what the pandemic meant, and it's introduced a lot of political and social results. First of all, the weakened political institutions, reactional actions or activities making it not possible to represent the society meant that the trust systems would be weakened. The trust is thanks to the joint values and institutions and the faith in being together, remaining together, justice, for instance. All these systems were weakened. COVID-19 was not the cause of this, but they made it visible. They made these more obvious. For instance, economic weakness. Well, we were hearing praise that we should remain in debenture. A debt was not something to pay, but it was something to manage. And economies could exist based on imbalance when it came to repayments. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, it became obvious that the lack of balance in economy, for instance, basing your economy only on tourism and construction would put you in a very fragile status because you would avoid tangible production, which meant industry and agriculture. There were a lot of inequities. Perhaps we're all equal in front of the pandemic, but in terms of its results, we are not equals. I'm not going to those details because we don't have time for that, but the existing inequity was also further deepened. So COVID-19 contributed to its profound nature. So I have a hypothesis in the face of all these facts. COVID-19 has had two important impacts. One is the catalyzer effect. It was an accelerator. It was not the cause, but it was a catalyst of showing and deepening the structural problems that I discussed earlier. They made them more visible, and they encouraged them to turn into whatever they were to turn into. And all the trends were accelerated by it. They don't all have to be negative, by the way. For instance, electronic communication, information technologies, and their place in our lives. They were there, we were using them, but now, as we are doing it today, we have a very effective new communication model. It's a really new mode of social activity, and there were also negative impacts too. So whatever the potential trend is in terms of economy, society, or values, they could be accelerated and they could turn into what they were being converted into thanks to the acceleration of the pandemic. Secondly, the expressionist effect of the pandemic. It was a sort of moral test, actually. I believe in many professions, people will be asked a question, or we will think about it. What did you do during the pandemic? Did you fulfill your responsibilities? So it will act like a litmus paper. And during the initial acute period, in the initial quarter, when we didn't know what this disease was all about, and when we didn't have any vaccines, and when we had no idea how to protect ourselves, actually, myself and my young colleagues, a team from Galatasaray University students, and my wife, Göksel Altınışık Erbur, from Denizli, Pamukkale University, who was at the same time with a master's degree from the sociology department. As a team, we look to see the opinions and experiences of healthcare professionals who were in the center of it all. They were in the heart of the pandemic. We wanted to understand what kind of fight was taking place. And as you know, healthcare professionals, well, some doctors said we are doctors, we're not HCPs, we're not healthcare professionals, during the discussions about the salaries of HCPs. But for us, there was no such delineation. We just put them all under the category HCP. And methodologically, I believe this is breaking new ground in social sciences. From 16 cities, we had 49 face-to-face interviews, of course, through the screen, remotely, but face-to-face. And these face-to-face talks between the 1st of May and 20th of May, they were complete. If we were to do this physically outside of pandemic conditions, it would take months. But we were able to fulfill them rapidly. So in this regard, also, it was a catalyst, in my opinion, in terms of its contributions to social sciences. So what kind of research was this? Not all HCPs, but those that fight COVID. Well, this second one that I refer to as litmus paper, the latter one. Well, not all HCPs were part of this fight. We saw many were avoiding it, and that's why we wanted to carry out this research project. And the people that were subject to this research were actually those that were involved in the fight against COVID, those that worked in the COVID clinic. And around the nation, 16 cities and 23 different healthcare institutions were involved. We had talks with people from all sorts of healthcare institutions, 1 midwife, 16 nurses, 10 specialists, 14 academics, 6 assistants, 1 clinical chief, and 1 family physician. So it was quite a diverse group, the sample. The first finding we had was that emergencies were when social norms were being suspended. We knew this sociologically, but this was very clear as an observation during these experiences, and new action patterns were forming. These extreme situations were turning upside down the existing relationships. People didn't know how to react with each other, how to interact with each other. And when COVID showed up, obviously these services were also impacted hugely in many different ways. Healthcare, not only medicine, but healthcare in general, was embodied based on market-oriented policies. Even state hospitals were working with the mentality of the private industry. It was called the performance system. It was based only on quantity. And this, all of a sudden, with the pandemic, was proven to be very fragile. And at the same time, in such harsh competitive environments where everyone was a competitor, a rival to each other, medicine became a very strongly hierarchy-oriented field, and the existing conflicts among specialties, disciplines, institutions, professions, the hierarchy between these became very visible as a result of COVID. We were able to all of a sudden see the clashes and the hierarchy and the conflicts. There was a really basic preference, a choice to be made by the healthcare professionals, whether to be part of the fight or not. Some naturally, because of their specialties, had to be part of this. However, in many places, there were many conflicts. But before coming to that, in many organizations, there were severe problems regarding materials and supplies because of the market-oriented policies that only aimed at saving the day. It was all about outsourcing and not having enough stocks and not envisaging into the future, and other issues, other problems that were associated with the system. The participants, healthcare professionals, they were either naturally part of the deal, infectious disease specialists, etc. They were part of it naturally. And then there were those that were assigned from outside. So these outsiders had many different types of attitudes. Those acting with knowledge of profession or responsibility, those that volunteered, who were not coming from these two disciplines, not chest diseases or infectious diseases, and those that became part of these activities. They were forced by the state, and those that became volunteers afterwards.
So fighting against COVID is not only a medical fight, it's also a public fight, a social fight. It's a clash of values because, well, the fight is uniting people on one hand, but it is separating others on the other hand. So It is uniting because we're fighting against an unknown disease, and until that date, the basis of a strict hierarchy, the medical knowledge was the foundation of a strict hierarchy, including technology. It made no sense anymore. I'm talking about the acute period, the beginning. And then there, all knowledge, they have not become zero, but they have been minimized. And because it is an unknown threat, an equalization against an unknown threat happened, and people fought against it. They became a group, and people have long forgotten to be in solidarity. So they've experienced kind of becoming a group and acting in solidarity, becoming one single body against the disease. And in medicine, there's a concept which is forgotten. A new generation, they don't know about it. Sans clinic, without clinic. So it's a long word from French. So the physician has an intuition. It's not a metaphysical intuition, but it's based on experience, his knowledge. In due time, it develops an intuition, kind of a gut feeling. And technology, especially imaging technologies, as they came into play, it regressed. Sans clinique became less and less important in the medical education and in medical practice. All knowledge became zero against this versus this unknown disease, and only sans clinique, the intuition remained. And medical, physicians, medical doctors who had a stronger intuition, they tried out new methods to fight. They invented new methods to fight the disease. And when started synthesizing new types of knowledge, well, it was it separated people, the fight against COVID, because those who remain outside of the group that was in solidarity fighting against COVID, well, it involves it is not related to our specialization. They took a step back, people from other disciplines, and naturally, then it created a separation between we and the others. And this resulted in triggered clashes. So this is the landscape. People, they ran away, they were refraining from doing something or stigmatizing even the ones who were fighting against it, or they stigmatized people with being infectious, contagious, and host of this disease. Well, now I would like to talk about the institutional structure. The importance of the institutional structure it's important because the fight resulted in various levels of experience that were observed at various institutions. Management of hospitals and provincial public health directors, they have an important role to play. In many hospitals, the profound hierarchic inequalities, profound inequalities and dominating strategies that are inherent in hierarchic structures, like putting pressure, threatening, symbolic violence, mobbing, came out of this process. And we have seen it from eyewitnesses, these from eyewitnesses happening. They did not only put pressure on certain people, they intimidated, threatened them. This is not the case in all institutions, but it has harshly seen in public institutions, observed in public institutions by witnesses, as the identity of an observing investigator and as a person. Well, it experienced we experienced a dilemma there because it left emotional marks on many people. The existing hierarchy was used to refrain from work, but then when they threatened people with work, all this difference became even more pronounced. And professionals who were not part of the COVID-19 fight, they came to the fore and tried to take share pie from the share this entire picture. So in such situations, people may follow individual interests, because when institutions are lost and institutional integrity is lost, then everyone is trying to follow their own personal individual interests, and a hierarchy-based hospital management or healthcare system, which is dominating here, will multiply inequalities. And with their management approach, this is not marginal. This is it was not experienced at the same level everywhere, but it was experienced profoundly in some places. When we completed this investigation and started to report and code it, June 1st, 2021, people they prohibited people from resigning and becoming retired, getting retired. And then a wave of resignation followed, and we interviewed 19 physicians who quit work in Turkey. And they were at the end of their capacities because they couldn't tolerate injustices. They preferred leaving the game and entirely. So we call it fire, and the fire is the destructive social economic effect. There's an economic burning situation, and some healthcare professionals that devoted themselves, sacrificed themselves, and preferred to continue the fight. Some of them, even if they were not voluntarily participating in it, they became part of this solidarity. Unfortunately, some others were left behind or preferred to stay behind. During an outbreak, the relations are demarcated clearly, and that's why we talk about litmus paper. Administrators, or an important part of society, and physicians and administrators, we called it treason, but the system was established on injustices, and people they answered. Some people, they said the public, and they said we are bored and we have enough of it, and they became part of this disloyalty and defected. So we published a book, and the results of these two investigations are published in a book. But before that, I would like to mention something else. Social scientists, they ask what will happen after the pandemic, the impact of the pandemic, the fallout of the pandemic. It showed us that there are structural problems when it comes to consuming the nature, dominating over nature, and being the master of nature. The economy that doesn't have a concrete basis, and an egocentric world view. We will draw lessons from all of this, but it will not be valid at the same level for everyone. Infinite consumption of nature. So we have reached the end of that. The nature is imposing itself with disasters and climate crises. So the global awareness, consciousness will gradually advance, especially young people. They will create kind of an earth awareness, which is a hope for democracy, but electronic communication will gain more and more importance. And this is not I'm not trying to draw a big picture, but a new political dealings will emerge. And in work life, as the capitalist exploitation goes on, it will increase, it will become deeper. But democratization will improve along with it. What does neoliberalism tell us? Stay alone, don't organize yourself, but consume instead. So, and if you're going to draw lessons from the pandemic, we have to do the opposite, produce concrete production, like real production, and then organize yourselves better. So will become more and more important. Not everyone will understand it in the same manner, but the ones who understand it will become the actor of this new era. And well, this is Fire and Treason, book name. In November 2022, it was published in November 2021, and it shows the experience of the frontline COVID workers. I'm the editor, but I have an entire team behind me, and we have investigated the acute phase of the pandemic. I think it's a great contribution, although it might be deficient in other regards. Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished professor. Let's show the book again. I didn't know about the book because, well, I'm saddened at the fact that I didn't know at all about this book because it, well, opens a horizon. I know this publishing house, Raskolnikov, and in 2015, they were, well, I am jealous. I wish that I were the one publishing the book. You opened a new door for us. We talked about neoliberal market economy, and the paradigms are shifting. Or let's not say paradigms. In the implementation of the is distorted. So people are faced with a new situation, and people, well, didn't have these expectations. Pandemics that happened a century ago were forgotten. It increased inequalities. Some people are aware of it. Some others are not aware of the inequalities. And then the acceleration effect of COVID. Some things got accelerated. Some things, they came to the surface with COVID, and we saw who is moral, who is immoral, who attaches value to people and nature, and not like a litmus paper. So now we can think of that in terms of governments and states, and as well. We were in need of a government of America has a small government. Now they're trying to expand the government. Where is the government? Is the question asked. So it has reached a new dimension, and you have, well, discussed this from the perspective of the healthcare system. Thank you very much. I mean, you talked about the institutions, the rules of the profession, the hierarchic structures that exist, and private sector practices, and how they changed, and how certain elements were accelerated, came to the surface quicker. And normally, in some physicians, they sacrificed themselves, and they resigned because they're witnessing inequalities in the system. So, well, science is not done in vain. Art for society for science, science for society, art for science. So these, did the Ministry of Health officials read the book, drew their lessons? Did they call you? Or what kind of new hypothesis can come out of this new book? And well, we tried to promote our investigation and the book as much as we could. And in terms of social science practice, we have seen an unprecedented era. And the interview methodology is unique, and, well, it's like volcano scientists or archaeologists. They're trying to, well, save past traces, like volcano scientists. When the volcano is about to erupt, they risk their lives, go to the top of the mountain and the acute phase and try to investigate the volcano. Or archaeologists, they are trying to excavate areas that are underneath dams, for example. They have, because the dam will inundate the entire area, they have to, well, excavate quicker and bring to light finds quicker. So I'm sure there are deficiencies and shortcomings in this book. We are aware of this, but we tried to inform many stakeholders, like we talked about the Medical Association about this book, but official bodies, they did not contact us or respond to this book. About this book, I think some people might have read it, and politicians even they tweeted about the book, and I think this book has reached to a certain extent some competent authorities, but we don't know their reactions. I mean, some healthcare institutions are sensitive about this issue, and who are non-healthcare officials, they showed interest as well. So this is also very important to me. Thank you, dear professor. Thank you very much to also for your effort, the efforts of your team, and thank you for presenting. I will read this book at my earliest convenience and respond and provide feedback. Now, if you allow me, I'd like to leave the floor to the third speaker now, Professor Dr. Erkan Yüksel. Is from Anadolu University, Faculty of Communication, head of the Department of Press and Publishing.
Erkan Hocam hoş geldiniz.
Professor Erkan, welcome. Hello. How are you? Fine, how are you? How is the weather in Eskişehir province? Today it's rainy. And are you joining us from Eskişehir? Your chestnuts, they're falling from the trees. Can you hear me? I can hear you, yes. Well, I am envious of your hair. Do you know what I mean? I am more and more envious of your hair, but there's nothing to do. If you had gray hair, the salt and pepper effect in your hair. Well, now, Professor Erkan is setting the agenda. He brings world literature to Turkey, and now talk about global outbreaks and the media. You have the floor. Thank you. First of all, I would like to start with a question. I have been asking this question for the last decade. What is the most important problem of Turkey and the world? Everyone is giving an answer, but my answer would be communication, because be it other economic problems, political problems, or interpersonal relations, everyone, without communication, unless you have a good communication, all of those, you won't succeed at all. So at the root of all problems lies communication. Well, I define communication in 3 words: understand, to be understood, and to agree, to come to an agreement. And this is a lesson from the pandemic, I wrote 2 books to understand and communicate better and how to be understood. And reach an agreement at the end. So this should be work well. So let's talk about health-related communication. I'm trying to draw a general framework, but I would like to remind you of some well-known concepts. What is health? As a communication scientist, there are very few of us work on health communication, but it's not the absence of disease and disability. It's a full well-being of the body, the soul, and socially speaking as well. And that's why we need to remember this very often during the pandemic. Health communication, to develop health information of the public, individuals and institutions interacting, and then, being moved and taking action as a result. So, we have tourism, culture, sociology, marketing when it comes to medical or health communication. What are the goals of health communication? Very briefly, to develop the communication skills of healthcare professionals, develop the structure of healthcare institutions, the organization, and the way they present services, to promote services and products in the area of healthcare, to render the attitudes when it comes to health more positive, to raise awareness, to alleviate information-related concerns, to reach out to the right people, and to increase the literacy, health literacy of people. So, why is health communication necessary? Well, to prevent a loss of life. To make people more happier, to protect our healthcare-related rights, cost-wise, economic and ethical-wise. From the point of view of ethics, health communication is so very important. What is media? Well, let's talk about traditional media and conventional media first. The conventional media, their situation is quite poor compared to 20 or 30 years ago. They reach, now the volume is under 200,000. So TV news, you see the ratings are not, of news is not very high. People watch TV series and movies more. Digital media, these are more popular. According to this study and the statistics, number of internet users is higher than 75% of the entire population. Daily internet usage is close to 8 hours, and the daily average social media use of the age group 16 to 64 is 2 hours, 57 minutes. YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter are the most frequently used social media networks. The Ministry of Health. Okay, this is the situation in Turkey. What about Ministry of Health and their internet visibility? The Ministry of Health has 74,000 subscribers. Compared to the Turkish population, is very low. And its presence in Instagram, it's 3 million. So they have 3 million followers. And Facebook, they have 1.7 million followers. This is the Ministry of Health. Twitter, they have 2.2 million followers. So, and the popularity of the tweets and the, I get more likes than Ministry of Health. I can summarize like that. And I talked to Ministry of Health why it was the case, and it's clear that they have to do something about it. This is the Minister of Health, Dr. Fahrettin Koca, his personal account. The number of followers is even more higher than 7.5 million. So media and health. This is our investigation. I'd like to talk about it. This is from 2010. It was supported by TÜBİTAK at Anadolu University. 70 people participated in a study. Investigated 150 media and healthcare professionals. We have investigated all healthcare news, carried out a survey, and we have had 2 workshops to try to come up with the current picture. So I will ask the questions. So health related information and treatments that people learn from media, to what extent is it implemented by the public? Well, this is a survey question. 37% of the people, they put into practice all the healthcare related information they get from the media. So, and how many people are being harmed by this? 2% said it was harmful to them. What about health news? The first is nutrition, so news in newspapers and magazines, nutrition. Second is oncology or cancer. So on TV, well, they are interested in nutrition and beauty care and how to lose weight. These are more important. So given this picture landscape, what do specialists say? How do you find health related publications? Specialists say there are good ones and there are bad ones, but 43% of the specialists say it's negative. What about the information message given and the contents that are being processed or tackled? People are not informed enough. Only popular subjects are being tackled, and they're selected based on rating concerns. And they are, give the hope that they instill is, it's futile and in vain. So what do you think about the authors and programmers who do these problems? I think advertising and commercial interests are in the foreground. Well-known celebrities, they are shown. And people who are not specialists, they talk about health and sponsorships, and the money is involved is the reason why people do it. So what about the reliability of the published content was another question. It's partially trustworthy, partially not reliable. 22% say they are not reliable at all. And 20% say they're definitely reliable. So back then, we had bird flu and, swine flu and Crimean Congo, hemorrhagic fever, etc. What do you think about news and publications on this? Well, they said information was not adequate. There was misinformation, pollution of information. People got even more confused. It resulted in panic, concerns, and anxieties. So it's no different from today, in fact. For the first time, we haven't seen this outbreak, such an outbreak for the first time. We had experience on outbreak, and the academic and specialists criticized the news reporting. So what about media professionals? Well, they said that half of it creates panic and anxieties and concerns, upon which one of our colleagues wrote a master's thesis on swine flu news. So let's look at the swine flu news in 2009. It resulted in panic, anxiety, and concerns. 14 important days were selected in a journal. 7 journals were investigated, and their content was examined. So we talk about risk or crisis news reporting or communication. So academic studies and thesis, they talk about risk and crisis communication. So concern, panic, they're all related to this concept. So suspicion, lack of trust, and uncertainty. As this increase, panic, anxieties, and fears, they increase, which was put forward in our thesis. In risk communication, the most important elements are integrity, priority, being congruent, or risk and crisis news. Well, in our faculty, it's a lesson, taught as a lesson. The panic effect dominated, other effects. Well, opposite extremes, they were dominating, more dominant than the moderate views. Opinions, views, they dominated the facts. So it's like rediscovering the wheel, but it has to be said in the previous crisis. Crisis news. It depends on the individual. Every content affects individuals or people in a different way. USA media. Well, the scope of concern and fear, it dominated balancing, views that were more balancing. When someone said it is dangerous, this was put forward, this was presented to the people as the most important news. So it created more panic than alleviating concerns.
So what are the elements that cause panic in media? First of all, the frequency by which the subject is repeated, the perceived degree of importance, the specialty level of the sources, the conflicting expressions by the sources, the style and language, the tone of the headline, the expressions that are frequently used, the frames and numeric expressions usually cause panic. Again, when we compare this crisis to other crises in the past, conclusions that are made and the perception of danger will also create a higher degree of concern. The symptoms of the disease, the way it spreads, the measures to prevent it from spreading, treatment, risk groups, conspiracy theories, misinformation, insufficient information, and the spread of names and images of the deceased or the patients will also increase the degree of anxiety among the society. And we can give many examples to each of these from the pandemic. Apart from these, there are also visual elements that we should highlight, because live broadcasts, images, or photographs, especially, those like the ones from the beginning of the pandemic, people collapsing on the streets. These also have an impact. We should pay attention to the use of color and other images, and these will all have an impact on fear and panic. About COVID-19, we work on this subject as well. Each day we are used to seeing these tables that show us the numbers of cases, and we have less than 200 deaths a day. I don't know if this is something to be happy about. There are many dimensions to the pandemic about the mental and bodily health, but mainly we focus on numbers, and there's also the economic aspect. There are also social and economic and social and psychological aspects that we don't really talk much about. With my books, I try to highlight the fact that these are equally, if not more important. People were also influenced psychologically from the pandemic. It was not just the virus affecting their bodies. As for the media, what's happening in the internet and social media, misinformation or disinformation, different sorts of prejudice, habits, and the impact of mass communication are areas where we've had a lot of academic studies taking place in. So what kind of academic studies can we talk about? Many of them are out there. I'd like to briefly summarize them. There are some analysis about the posts by the Ministry of Health, also web pages, contents, infographics, public and state hospital posts. Mobile health applications were also analyzed by the academia from many different angles. I carried out research on DergiPark, which is really simple research. There are about 2,000 articles on the pandemic, and when it's about COVID-19, there are 167,000 articles about COVID-19. I think this is a really serious number. We need to do a meta-analysis to see what is said. COVID-19 and media concepts. We have more than 400,000 papers on these. So what kind of thesis? Well, there are 7 thesis studies on the swine flu. About the avian flu, 7, but about COVID-19, there are 604 thesis studies. So what were these dissertations about? Media and reporting of news are mainly the ones. We have 9 theses about these, especially new media and their relation with healthcare are the main areas of study. I'll speak about a study that we carried out, which was also supported by TÜBİTAK, COVID-19 media and public opinion. This is a third phase, phase 3 agenda setting study. So what kind of mind map is the media presenting to people, and what kind of mind map did people have in their minds? And we compared these two. We looked at the contents of 3 news channels and 3 newspapers, and we used questionnaire as a methodology. These are the April, May, June results. In this period regarding COVID-19, the main news were about the vaccines, bodily symptoms, and the science board. And we see, the spread of the disease is around 18%, and measures were discussed more. In Twitter, the measures and vaccine numbers and other numbers were more common. And when we ask, when we look at the citizens, regular citizens, they also mainly discussed the measures and the symptoms. This is a mind map based on the contents of newspapers, internet, and TV. And this is the mind map connection between Twitter content, pieces of content. And you can see that the situation is different there. And here is, in the mind of citizens, the concepts and their connections when you say coronavirus. So it was interesting in a way. They were all interrelated. All these mind maps were interrelated. The most highly related ones were newspapers, internet, and TV in that order. And Twitter-related relations were poorer, they were weaker. Conclusions and recommendations. Well, this marks the end of my presentation. First of all, we need to make sure that we remain in good communication, because communication has many different aspects, and these all need to be understood in the coming periods as well. This is not the first crisis, it's not the last. There will be more to come, we know this for sure. As for effective communication, communication management, risk management, crisis management, media management, and pandemic management are key, and they will remain so in the future as well. Media literacy needs to be enhanced. This is very obvious. Another thing that we need to promote is health literacy. People need to be improved in this regard. We need to do our best to improve the knowledge over health. So who has to do something about this? NGOs need to assume a more active role in Turkey, in my opinion. In parentheses, I mean, when you're being accepted to a university abroad, the professor or the student is asked, what civil society organizations are you involved in? And then they are given a grade based on that. But in Turkey, it's almost negative that you are part of an NGO. This perception needs to be changed, and we need to make sure that the civil society is strengthened in our country as well, so that we have more active role in non-governmental organizations. And when it comes to health, the civil society has a lot of work to do. There are 3 different areas. There's one association in Istanbul and 2 in Ankara that deal with healthcare communication. They need to be in contact with each other. They need to collaborate, but they don't have communication amongst themselves, based on my observations. There needs to be active social media usage by the Ministry of Health, by public and private healthcare institutions, by NGOs. They need to use YouTube, Instagram, and other media. And I think it will be really meaningful. We need to improve health reporting by specialists. Unfortunately, since 2010, we've had some erosion in journalism and TV activities as well. So we need to enhance editorship there, and we need to help people specialize. The encouragement of what's good, accuracy, integrity, quality, ethics need to be enhanced. We need to take the good as a model. We shouldn't only see what's bad. We need to create a feeling of trust among the society. Another thing that television, we should have a health TV, which could change a lot in the pandemic time. Of course, as all of these happen, access to internet and its enrichment will also be helpful, in my opinion. Once again, I'd like to repeat, it's all about communication, communication, communication. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was looking to see what I could pick from your words. From Anatolian University, Communication Faculty, Erkan Hoca blames the media for creating panic. I wouldn't use the word blame. The media will use it. Even if you don't use it, the media will use it. There's a good side to it and a bad side too. There are pros and cons. We need to show what's good as an example. We need to reward them and encourage them. That's what I try to discuss. We should show the good role models, and I believe everything will be better. Yes, of course, I was just joking. When the media wants to, they can have, trolls, attack Erkan Hoca. They can make things appear very different. On the other hand, Erkan, in half an hour, discussed, the outlook of the media in Turkey, the lowered role of classical media, social media accounts, and how they should be used effectively by the Ministry of Health. It's a serious business, and it's all about communication, and that our concerns are based on certain facts. We need to do, we see also both good and bad. We need to see them, but we need to take as a model what's good. And we need to not do the opposite. Thank you very much. And we would like to express our best regards. Thank you very much. Now we turn to Cyprus. Fatoş Adiloğlu from Eastern Mediterranean University, Communication Department, professor. She's going to be with us soon.
such a distinguished guests of conference here today, seminar, let's say. Today I will be talking about visual health communication, which is a practically new topic, actually, which has been coined in 2014. So I would like to underline today, it is called visual health communication. And to do that, let's go into the setting of today. We're moving into from traditional media to social media, from one-way, direct information, watching, listening, reading, to two-way communication, interaction, action, and production, actually. So changing ways and forms of communication, international communication, emotions, and thought exchange has been changing to loneliness together concept and estrangement process, true identity versus cyber identity. So together, but alone. Loneliness together. So how does that take us to health communication? We're going to be moving slowly into that topic, actually. I just wanted to set the environment for which we are going to be discussing the visual health communication issues. So we are consumpted with social media consumption, online shopping, messaging, online gaming, cyber pornography, online gambling. We're checking out our telephones in bed 54%, in bathroom 39%, when together 30%. The moment we realize that we've been playing on our phone for 2 hours instead of sleeping. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a digital world, digital inhabitants, over 7.5 billion people on the world, on the continent, where all the geographical borders have been diminished by setup with new information technologies and internet continents, let's say. 4.21 billion people, internet users over 3 billion active social media users, over 5 billion mobile users. So every 60 seconds, every 1 minute, we have more than 2,043,000 photos being uploaded on Facebook, more than 400 hours of videos uploaded on YouTube, more than 350,000 tweets sent, more than 65,000 photos uploaded on Instagram, more than 29 million messages, 1 million photos, 175 videos, messages shared on WhatsApp. So where does it take us actually? Well, how can we define health communication then? Well, health communication could be defined as the art of informing and motivating the masses about individual and social health problems through planned learning experiences and theories. And what is called visual health communication has been coined by Reiter and Getz. And this is a definition. Visual health communication is an area of theory, research, and practice that involves the use of visual imagery, photographs, illustration, maps, graphs, and diagrams to convey information about health and disease in order to improve health-related knowledge, attitudes, behaviors of individuals and populations. The consumption of visual constructs are found in social media masses, mass media, public health and risk management, patient education, practices in medical studies, pictorial warnings, and information graphics, drawing a general picture, and punctuating the involvement in visual encounters. Now, the visual encounters that we take for granted, whether it be at corporate level, like the institution's staff, technology, interpersonal messages through the corporations, or intrapersonal communication, or social campaigns. Health communication campaigns practice visual design thinking, design process, and design making. Message design seeks message and engagement, which means considering the target audience contemplation to encourage or to create the tendency to act rather than adopting pure reasoning while directing the target audience. It is as important to subscribe to the rhetorical power of the image used to arise with this contemplation. What is more, visual argumentation format introduces aesthetic codes, and these codes are related to the types of plastic design concerns from which the visual image arises. Therefore, the used image and the message incorporated to image as a semantic match is expected to be parallel and in union with aesthetic language. Actually, what I would like to put forward today is a research that I ran with a colleague of mine, a systematic review on visual health communication, which we have done in October 2019. What we did here was we looked at Journal of Health Communication for a period of 10 years, and we employed terms such as visual communication, visual media, visual representation, visual imagery, visualization, visual design, visual message, visual form, photography, illustration, pictograms, and visual material in an effort to seize the visual matter through this filter in the articles. The publication had to involve a public health challenge limited to cancer, alcohol, and obesity, depending on our previous literature review. And sources had to address communication means and visual material. So what we looked at here was basically in the journals, what were the topics of interest? What were the media tools used? What was the nature of visual images? What is the contribution of the article with respect to visual matter in health communication? And does the article provoke further studies in visual health communication? Now, basically, all the presenters which presented before me talked about the pandemic. Actually, what I'm trying to say today is, what about visual matters in pandemic? We have to think about the visual matters because scientifically we know that visual communication is more effective than any other communication. So what about thinking about the pandemic in visual terms? So basically this is the prior set to my attention to visual matters in the pandemic. Going back to the research we have done on Journal of Health Communication, we have come up with 1,689 articles on the keywords that we have researched, which I have explained before. Based on titles and abstracts and duplicates removed, and on the title and abstracts, we narrowed it down to 118 articles. And screening it on matters like cancer, smoking, alcohol, and obesity research, we narrowed it down to 43 articles. And according to the accessibility of full text, we could narrow it down to 17 articles. And these are our findings. The findings on smoking, on the design nature of the visual matter, was that articles on smoking draw attention to the importance of alternative interpretations to warnings such as labeling design to motivate quit activity. Key findings on smoking ads reveal how communication strategies with words and visuals play a role in smoking fear. What is more interesting is how pasting of images of products in prevention may work the opposite. It's a surprise to find out the exposure to magazine ads might support smoking habits and increased intention to smoke. What about drinking? On the drinking articles, we found out that varying responses to pictures of alcoholic drinks between heavy and light users are noteworthy. Research can be furthered with images of non-alcoholic beverages. Looking at articles related on cancer, we saw that the narrative was important. Films have been found to be engaging to impact knowledge, as in the case of Haitian women in South Florida regarding cervical cancer development. What is more, messages can be more positive on awareness, and narrative space can influence attitude and intention on cancer. The production and perception of visual messages are matters to attend. Unexpected effects could arise from certain visual messages, and images and text discontinuity might affect the cognitive process to reflect on. Looking at obesity, positive and catchy design constructs were important. Attention is called for obesity with communication strategies that are capturing for children. Portrayal of characters with various physical features might attract target markets. On the other hand, it is important to understand how negative photographs can yield attitudes towards obese people. Online news photographs, news videos on obese individuals and children can be stigmatizing. So, imagery employed in print, digital print, time-based interactive media can be regarded as a communication design products. Instrumental visual imagery coming to surface in websites, videos, and films are notable for engaging content and interaction strategy. And it is remarkable to see the development of educational tools toward cancer screening, cancer surviving, decision aids, and prevention trials. Visual products such as magazine ads, newspaper ads, online imagery, visual text, and labels are utilized and in motivating attempts to quit emerging risk health behavior, communication of health risks, interventions, and health activism. So visual constructs involve graphic design products that can be designed, and this is what we should actually be noting. Viewers' emotional response, message design, message source, content, and features are important considerations. Encounters include television advertising or control advertising in newspapers, websites, popular movies, or via popularity. And retransmission of videos on YouTube, graphic warning labels, online ads, newspaper ads, photographs, infographics, magazine ads, video and film and brochures are visual materials that circulate that can be developed, tailored, formulated, or designed. Thus, visual communication design dynamics can contribute to effective public health communication via the employment of imagery. Labeling takes into account alternative interpretations, which is important, which we have talked about earlier. Media planning, exposure, and the nature of design is important. Time-based practices, character design, narrative space, scenario, image and text discontinuity, character design, all are visual matters that we should be taking into consideration. In all of the overall of the articles that we have researched, we have seen that the visual media that is apparent are warning labels, advertisements, pictures, photos, films, infographics, brochures, websites, and digital images. So basically, when you think about the pandemic and what we have been going through in the media, so what are the visual matters that contribute to the communication of prevention measures. So here, the contribution to visual matter can be seen from the design point of view, labeling design, imagery design, media planning, visual literacy, design nature, character design, and narrative scenario. So have anybody looked into these matters and what is the impact factor of all visual matters in the communication effectiveness in the pandemic is the question and is the research encouragement I would like to draw attention to. Visual products, visual tools, and thus visual communication are important, where message design, appeal, and engagement need more attention, impact for the protection of personal health with trajectory of social and health issues. So visual communication has a visual argumentation, has a form, has a content. Visual communication process has a visual image, comprehension, perception, and attention. So nowadays, communication strategies faced with pressing challenges of social media dynamics, visual pollution, and post-truth issues require visual communication effectiveness and is becoming more crucial than ever, especially taking into account the pandemic and what we have been going through. The literature that we have carried out showed that print or digital magazines, digital media, internet, YouTube videos and films are utilized to communicate health messages, absorbing visual matter, or better yet, taking the visual design matter for granted. The closest approach to design thinking is found in tailoring all the visual material in film regarding script writing, storytelling, whether it be viral or production. So, last words, we need to further studies in social and health-related problems in cancer, smoking, and alcohol use, and with a deep note for the pandemic now. So what kind of research is being carried out depending on the visual matters, which affects the visual communication effectiveness for the target audience. And we need to move for more different methodological approaches, visual analysis, calling to work. So, last words, visual construct and visual material should be composed, exercised, improved, or developed to serve the specificity of health topics. Therefore, the interdisciplinary nature of health communication should bring visual arts and design, visual analysis, and researchers together around health topics for effective communication strategies. Thank you for listening and for taking the time to be interested in a topic that I have been so interested and actually have been pushing forward. Ali Hocam.
Evet. Fatoş Adiloğlu hocamıza.
Yes, Fatoş Adiloğlu, thank you very much for this fine presentation. I think you're trying to give me a message with the bold Mona Lisa, but of course I'm going to ignore her. So now,
Gerçekten de görsel mesajların tabii ki iletişim kampanyalarının üzerinde etkisi var.
of course, visual messages have an impact on communication campaigns. This is not only about communication with a purpose. Even if you don't have a purpose, in media communication, metaphoric imagery is used. Our professor at the beginning also showed COVID-19 and the alien-like thing, the hairy thing. I mean, that is from graphic designers, and it's something to imitate the virus. It's possible to show them like boogeymen. It's possible to show them cute. Even these will have an impact on the brain, and they will have an impact on the way that we digest messages. For instance, a heart is not a red thing like that. It's, full of blood. It has veins that run through it, that blood runs through them. Sorry. So it's a different way of communicating about a heart when you use an image of that sort. So images that you use in your communication might change behavior, might create panic at times, sometimes can be used for behavior changing purposes. Obviously, it's, it's making us happy that we are able to use the knowledge of a specialist on communications to enlighten us on these. We will have a lunch break now, which will be 45 minutes. We will get back together at 1:15. We will have an amazing panel. Professor Dr. Kemal Suhel from Bahçeşehir University is going to be with us. Zineti Kocabü, Turkish newspaper health editor, and Sibel Güneş, Secretary General of the Journalists Society of Turkey. They will discuss a pandemic and the perception of the society together. And I'm going to be moderating this session. Thank you very much, and see you at 1:15.
Evet, öğleden sonraki oturuma.
Well, welcome to the afternoon session. We'll start with our panel. The topic of the panel is pandemic and the public perception. Ali, the previous speaker said we had a communication problem, and that's why certain kinds of perceptions were created when it comes to COVID. If you let me, I'd like to present Professor Hasan Kemal Swer from Bahçeşehir University, Dean of Communication Faculty. How was the public perception managed? What were the mistakes and what was good about the way we communicated the pandemic? Thank you very much, distinguished professor. Welcome to the participants. Welcome to the online viewers. Thank you for making some time for us. Well, in my opinion, as the pandemic started, well, the pandemic and vaccination issue, well, I have to talk about the Rogers theory on the spread of, well, diseases, but we can talk about the vaccine first. But first, I wanted to talk about something else. As you know, as Professor Ali told us, and there's this post-truth issue. As the pandemic started, we perceived it as a sci-fi, and we were interested in, aspects of it there were scandalous, like this is part of, UFO. Well, we didn't take it into account. We didn't believe in it. We understood it was serious business, and the experts in the field came to the fore. Specialized professors, they came to the fore and started to enlighten the people. Well, there was a defect. First, people didn't understand the seriousness of it. They focused on scandals and rumors, and then once it is understood it was serious, they start to keep distance, wear masks, and other social measures were introduced, and they paid attention to the public perception started to be managed in such a way. But still, there was another shortcoming. They're opposing narratives against the vaccine, and we also heard that there's no need to wear a mask. It will not be transmitted without a mask, etc. So we remember it. So there was a narrative and a counter-narrative. And that's why the public perception was not managed well. And excluding one age group, the vaccination rates are 50–60%. And scientists say the rate should be as high as 85–90% for herd to develop a herd immunity. That's a serious problem. Rogers' dissemination, diffusion of novelties theory. Well, the most important issue is communication with all the communication media. Somehow, we have to get a hold of the communication media when it comes to the vaccine, and then talk about give detailed explanations, as the Ministry of Health is doing, to manage the public. Otherwise, you will not spread the vaccine. When it comes to vaccines, people still have question marks in their minds. That will always be the case, but they have to act. They have to do a benefit risk analysis. But the vaccine protects us, and we can go on living our normal lives after being vaccinated. But first, we had a problem with the perception in the beginning. We are still in the we are seeing the fallout of that, but we have to communicate better to increase the rate of vaccination. Okay. So there's a right not to be vaccinated as well, and anti-vaccination movements, they're not limited to COVID-19. I mean, let's think about other vaccines. when you are bitten by an animal, for example, and if the doctor says you should be vaccinated against rabies, the police is calling you. Do you remember? You have to get a vaccine against rabies. I don't know if you don't, what will happen if you don't do it, but you are being well monitored. So there's scientific evidence when it comes to the vaccines, but many anti-vaccine circles, it's not like the rabies situation. It's more certain, and they're more certain in their attitudes, and the media is not able to convince them. So what is the role of the media in this case? Health editor Zineti Kocabayık is here. What do you think? Well, I wish everyone a good afternoon and a good session. The COVID pandemic is one of a kind in many regards for everyone, because the world is used to pandemic and outbreaks, and throughout history we have had outbreaks. We had the plague in the 5th century, and then cholera, followed by cholera, and in 1918, 1921 we've had the Spanish flu, and 2 billion. The world population was 2 billion. 1/3 were infected. Between 20 million to 50 million people died as a result. So in 2 years, and we have had the COVID pandemic since 2 years, and the virus-associated mortalities 5.6 million globally. And these are 2 respiratory viruses, and they have also lasted 2 years, both. So in terms of mortality, the only difference is that we have a vaccine against COVID-19, and that's why it prevented mortalities in the meanwhile. So the most important difference between the 2 pandemics is the fact that the COVID-19 took place in the age of communication in front of the eyes of the media. And the media being effective, influencing the social media and the conventional media influence us. And the media actually steered the COVID-19 pandemic in a way, because since the first time we heard about the virus, be it in the social media or on TV, China, we have seen people walking on the street and dying as they were walking on the street suddenly, and this created fears. Talked about the magazine-ish content, and we didn't know methods to protect ourselves from it in social media. We have had people who were wearing plastic bottles on their head to protect themselves from the media, and we laughed about it. So the virus had not come here yet, and as the professor said, then we understood it was a serious business, and the scientists, they came they talked about the mode of transmission of the virus on TV and other aspects of the virus. Then the vaccine was developed by companies, universities. I think in 12 or 8 months' time, they told us they could develop a vaccine, which was surprising because none of the vaccines before had been developed that quickly. The rabies vaccine were developed in 4 years. Measles was developed in 9 years. And the influenza vaccine was developed in 14 years. All this, in the light of all this information, before COVID-19, we didn't have the anti-vaccination movement. There was news that vaccines caused autism. These were external news. But they didn't take long. They ended somehow, and now everything took place in front of the media. None of the medication, none of these phases of trials were that well known by people. Cancer is an important disease, and still waiting for a vaccine. But from lab to marketing, none of the cancer drugs were monitored that fervently before. And then so the number of news reports, and then the scientists gave information about the latest trial phases, so which created kind of information pollution and led to question marks in people's minds, because a vaccine that is produced in a short period of time, in such short notice, may have detrimental effects in later life. It may have negative effects. Then we talked about side effects or adverse effects about the vaccines. The Sinovac vaccine was a conventional one, but BioNTech's vaccine is mRNA based. It is produced with a different technology, and people, they started to talk about, will they place chips in people and it will cause infertility? These vaccines, they're playing with our future. So anti-vaccination movement was nurtured in social media, and those that were suspicious, well, they grew, and this happened globally, also in Turkey. And in Turkey, I mean, there are 70, 80 years old grandmothers and grandfathers who say that they cause infertility. So there's a lack of awareness, ignorance, and it's a new virus. Many news were shared, and people are hungry for such news. In the morning, noon, and afternoon TV sessions joined by professors who were talking about it. And then news at noon and evening news, professors joined them, and they gave new pieces of information, and the information that was shared was coming from international medical journals, and it was based on one publication, very short or deep. And we've seen these publications on screen in Turkey, and even if they were preliminary results, or then they were shared, even if it was non-scientific, it was shared, which fueled the anti-vaccination movement, and the behavior when it comes to wearing masks, well, was adversely affected by this news. The COVID-19 perception, I think the perception was shaped by the current contemporary media, and the reason why is that information was not processed through scientific filters before it was published or publicized. So when you would ask Aunt Ayşe on the street what the spike protein is, she maybe never studied biology, but she knows what the spike protein looks like and what it is. And Ayşe, yes, she has become a specialist on the subject. And when there was a power in the media, in the hands of the media, which was abused or misused, and they were impatient in spreading this news, and it's natural because they have a scoop and they have to share it before the competition. They have to get their clicks before others, so they have to be hasty. So we have this hasteness and disorganization, and carelessness. Is the opposite possible? Yes, of course. I mean, it is possible. That was the hastiness in the first days, and how it was unknown. And media's try to manage it over people's fears, which is also in the nature of the media to draw attention. They need to get people frightened, or you will give a lot of hope. The only thing they had in their hands was fear, maybe, in terms of steering them toward the measures and protecting people. What has been done is to work on the fears aspect. We were faced with an uncertainty, as the entire world, and we were curious. And the media is nurtured by this curiosity, and trying to alleviate such curiosity needs and with their news. And so COVID-19 virus, fell onto the earth like a bomb, and started to spread all around, and which also fueled such news. And people, as I said, we were faced with uncertainties. As the more we learned, the more cold-blooded we became. We weren't able to do that then, as the professor said. Back then, some mistakes were made when in news reporting to fuel the anti-vaccination, which fueled anti-vaccination movements. I want to also say that concern, I mean, talked about anxieties, and you're right, I mean, this concern or anxiety is at the top of everything. Let's talk about variants, which is a very simple example, the Omicron variant, for example. First, they said it will spread very quickly. It will spread very quickly. And the WHO made another statement, another kind of statement. So the level of anxiety is kept at at maximum all the times, and the society doesn't have the time to lean back and evaluate everything objectively. So because they keep. Sibel Güneş is the secretary of the Journalists Society of Journalists. What do you think? Well, what I want to say is, as Zineti said and Kemal Bey said, so the perception management, if we can link it only to the media, it will be deficient. Academicians, WHO, and the health authorities of all countries, they were not skilled enough. They presented data which were not evidence-based. And of course, the responsibility of the media does exist, and they have a huge responsibility here, but the source of information, they were filtered by the media. Sometimes it was presented in an unfiltered manner before it reached the public. So 11th of March, we've had the first case, as you know, in Turkey, and whether or not the masks should be used or the measures taken are enough or not. Is it human-made? Was it leaked from a lab? Is it a tool for a strategic war, or is it as a result of a natural selection? Of health journalists, we talked about a big pandemic coming onto the world, like the Spanish bird flu, etc. The Spanish flu. This is not clear. Sometimes WHO, they gave information which were changed 3 to 4 times. And there are people who say it's the result of natural selection. US health authorities, they said we are suspicious, maybe a lab leak, or some of the authorities, they shared this knowledge with us. So why do I remind you of this? Because we talk about this anti-vaccination circle or movement. And at the basis of this group, we have this profound lack of trust to public authorities. Because in medicine, they used to tell us there's no disease, there's just a patient. 2 + 2 is not 4, it's 5. So we don't have a definitive answer or result such as 4 in the situation. And as a result of which, health authorities, well, as they were trying to do their homework and were seeking the truth, in front of our very eye, everything, this process took place, and which resulted in this basic fear, from fear of the vaccine. Well, we have an unfortunate situation here, Ali Atif Bey, because in this time, the health media in Turkey was the weakest. Health journalists, there are very few health journalists in media organizations. Many experienced journalists, they are out of job. And due to the various interests, they joined TV shows. Retired soldiers, academia, they came to the fore, and former scientists came to the fore asking us to drink various offal soup, for example, or and this and the anti-vaccination movement got stronger, and the fear of death and disease was elevated, and some people withdrew, and that they started to share news on social media. And as regards the vaccine, the Ministry of Health is is the dominant authority here. We have to look at the developments at the Ministry of Health. The beginning, the Ministry of Health, they're trustable. They have a high level of credibility in the public eye. Even it was managed in a moderate way. We've had some obstacles emerged. Ali Atif Bey, there is an important obstacle, or Kemal Bey, in this process, because since the foundation of the Republic, between the ministry and the professional organizations, there are divergent views when it comes to health issues. There's lack of trust, and then there are political issues. It's difficult to reach a common truth. These prevented them from coordinating their efforts. What happened? For example, the Ministry of Health, when conducting their screening, their public screening, first, they used the labs of their training and research hospitals. In universities, they have 100 laboratories to identify the virus, and they're highly qualified to do that. The Ministry of Health wanted to control and keep the statistics to itself. They didn't prefer working with universities. For a very long time, they run their own laboratories. Why? What happened? University hospital, the ministry wanted to collect data from the universities, and they didn't share data because it would be made public soon. And what happened? Everything seemed to be limited to what the ministry was sharing. But if the ministry had used this extensive network of labs in Turkey at universities, the transmission of the virus would have been not at this level. So, and as the minister provided information, you may remember there were some non-professionals that weren't able to ask the right questions to the minister. Whenever the question was like, what is the case? What is the disease? And then we started to get the accurate numbers, because if the health journalists were present in the press statements, people would have been informed quicker. And then, so we understood that the number shared with the public was the number in hospitals, but there are people at home who are ill and who are who recovered. It's very important. But first, the Chinese vaccine came to Turkey, and because the virus came out of China, there were rumors about the vaccination process and hate speeches. We heard hate speeches also uttered by academicians that were reported in the media. Media made the same mistake. Any kind of, it seems like all at the root of problems lies China and the Far East. So that was an issue, a problem. Non-evidence-based studies were shared. For example, cigarette companies were supposedly producing medication, which was very unlucky. So the image froze. Well, I think we have an interference. Does she need to reconnect? Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. So we can get back to her, to Sibel Hanım. Can you hear me? Yes. So what she talked about is this trust in the Chinese vaccine, the confidence in the Chinese vaccine, and the lack of trust in Chinese goods. That was a prejudice against the Chinese vaccine since the beginning. But before most countries, we procured Sinovac from China, and healthcare professionals were vaccinated with the Chinese vaccine. Then there came another vaccine of BioNTech, and they were compared by the media in terms of efficacy and side effects profile. And Sinovac also always won over BioNTech. BioNTech came to the fore with its adverse effects or side effects, and these side effects nurtured the group that was suspicious and the anti-vaccination movement. So due to the BioNTech vaccine, question marks remained in people's minds. And the side effects of the BioNTech vaccine was, displaced to all vaccines was, we are extensively using BioNTech, but they talk about manipulation of DNA and that chips would be placed in the vaccine in people's bodies. That's why they're not getting vaccinated. And mistakes were made when comparing the vaccines, and that's why I think these anti-vaccination movements were nurtured, grew more. Well, it's difficult. My area, Kemal Bey's area, changing beliefs. It's about changing beliefs, and it's very difficult to do. We can't say it protects at 100% the vaccine. Yes, we say, yes, let's get vaccinated. Everyone should get vaccinated. But even if the government says that, I mean, it should, but it's an area of freedom. And so the herd immunity, 90%, and in China it's 60%. What's the source of that? They said it would be enough to have 60% coverage, but people say 90%. So as Sibel Hanım said, we work the country origin in ad, and the fact that something is from China, something is from Germany or Italy, what does it change? How much it is used, how it is perceived. The perception of between a German car and an Italian car differ. And then we have this image of the Chinese vaccine, which was, of course, fed by the overall image of China and Chinese products. But this anti-vaccination issue is like, it's not subliminal, but it's subconsciously. It's difficult to change the subconscious level. Would you like to say something? 2 years ago, they started to put pressure on people, and that's why they resisted and revolted. In Northern Europe, in Netherlands, we have people are on the streets now, and for the last 2 years, they were pressured. Germany's again almost under lockdown, so it has become like a tool of pressuring people, and people are trying to find their way out of it, because there are scientific publications on the benefit of vaccines, but there is no talk about the benefit of not getting the vaccine. So people, they are now far away from rational thinking. I mean, because people had to get out of their comfort zone because of these pressures, and they hadn't felt this social pressure before. That's why they regard it as an abnormal issue.
Karşıtlığı maskelemek için kullanıldığını düşünenlerdenim. Yani isyankarlığa evet o kadar müsait ki, çünkü yani sonuçta
people revolt. We talk about the disease because we were cleaning the bags, the shopping bags. This is what science told us. Tomorrow they will tell us to do something else. Let me say, I mean, I came up with a formula. I talked to people for 1.5 hours. I could change only one person's view on getting vaccinated. I put forward all the research material, and what do the investigation tell us? Tell me a long-term investigation. There is no long-term effects. I mean, the longest one is 2 years. but all vaccines they are used for urgent use. That's not they are not fully approved or fully registered. Welcome. As you went away, we engaged in a nice conversation, but you left off at a very good place. What about your screen and sound? Sibel Hanım has problem with her internet connection, so can you hear me? I'm sorry, I have an internet connection problem. Yes, the Murphy's Law. So, thank you then. In that case, you opened an important door for us. We can't, well, put the blame all on media. I mean, starting with the World Health Organization, to all academicians, I mean, one associate professor said the Turkish DNA is resistant, is strong enough to go against this disease. Well, we are, generally speaking, in the last 15-20 years, press and media organizations and their rights, I mean, they were assaulted, as you know. There was one doctor, a healthcare professional, who was reading the health news at Hürriyet. Other than that, being a health journalist, it's not being a police journalist or a magazine journalist. I'm not belittling or underestimating them. It's not being a political journalist. It's like being an economic journalist. I mean, you have to know about the economy, why the value of the dollar goes up. If you don't know the basic theories of economy, you can't be an economic journalist because you can't evaluate what the minister is telling you. The same goes for health. You have to read fundamental research to be able to report on the health issue. And then you can implement your journalism techniques, and then you will write your bulletins, your newsletters. But yeah, what does the academia say? Do you have a research based on which this is based? A person talked about the offal soup, for example, which will help with COVID. This person has been around for 10 years, and they're trying to increase ratings, viewings, and clicks. And last but not least, you're having trouble with your connection. Would you like to say something? We have an internet problem. Ali Atif Bey. Well, health news reporting. They had to be doctors and study health sciences. We're doing it for the weakest person of society, or weakest, poorest segments of society.
Evet, galiba
I think we won't be able to establish connection with you, Sibel Hanım. Can you hear me? But it's only in an interrupted way, so it comes and goes. We wished we could wrap up your comments, but if you let us, I would like to continue with Kemal, Professor Kemal. Well, what should we do now? I mean, what is done is done, but 200 people die in this country, and as announced by the ministry, if we're talking about people's lives being hurt and families. It's not about statistics. We talk about 200 families. They have children, they have mothers, fathers. Even if we are to save one of those, it will help. So it has a certain social price, social cost. What do the ministry and the authorities need to do? Everyone has to assume their share of responsibility, including universities. It's not about it's not enough for the minister to invite people to get vaccinated. All agents, public agents, opinion leaders in society, including YouTubers, professors, or high school teachers, everyone. They have to spread this idea of getting vaccinated because there's a truth. Despite this anti-vaccination movement, despite their rational argumentation, we need to reach herd community very quickly. So last week, we have some data was published, excluding children. When it comes to adults, we could say we have a vaccination rate of 50 to 60%. Half of Turkey, close to half of Turkey is not vaccinated. Dear Professor.
When the youth is included, it's 80%. I believe that nothing is possible by forcing people, but we need to convince them. As a communication specialist, I'm telling you, I'm not a health expert, but I must say as a communication expert that we have to convince people. We need to make sure that university academics and opinion leaders encourage people in this process. The Ministry of Health might coordinate this, but we need to first explain everything to people. We need to convince them. Sibel Hanım said earlier, do you remember 30 years ago, you had Philip Meyer's book translated into Turkish, researcher and journalist Maya. You said this is a really important book because we need to be research literate people so that we can make data into news. What is Sibel Hanım saying? Well, we were not able to ask the right questions. We were not able to pass the right news. The popular aspects of it all came to the forefront. We could have started differently and continued differently, but without further ado, I'd like to let you know that my own opinion is, as people at this level, we need to spread this idea. I'm also talking in classes, having chats with my students. Of course, we will always have people against the vaccine, some of them, but without forcing them, without coercion, we need to find a middle path. We need to believe in science. Serhat Hoca, during the opening speech, said there are indicators and variants, and well, the indicators are saying that we won't have what we call herd immunity. Vaccine is important, but it's not the only way out. The vaccine might cause a heavier, more severe way that the disease is experienced. There are also people who have died although they were vaccinated. No one should lie about this. But what matters is that we have everything transparent, and we should discuss the possibilities. Even if it's one person, it's a possibility. And we need to keep reiterating. What matters is that all these ideas are equally represented. So here we should ask Zineti, should the media take sides? Should the media be pro-vaccine? When it's pro-vaccine, is it still impartial? The media, well, whether the media should be pro-vaccine, well, the media should be impartial about every subject and have a more general view of subjects. But this is such a subject. Well, you can defend the vaccine without being pro-vaccine. Being anti-vaccine is a different thing. It's something in the deep, parts of your brain that you don't really change. Here, the undecided ones are key. They're the ones that don't have much knowledge, and they are affected by the propaganda of anti-vaccine people. I don't believe that there are many anti-vaccine people in our society, but there are many undecided people. And the media can pull in a direction those that are undecided. You cannot force anyone, but because of lack of information or misinformation, if people are not getting vaccines, then the media has a responsibility there, and this instrument should be encouraged to be used by humans because we have the potential to do it. And when we don't use it, we are responsible. So yes, I think the media is responsible. Kemal, are you going to say something? Well, I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt, but being an anti-vaccine person, well, kind of also means being against scientific thinking. Yes, I totally agree with you. For a while in our country, and I don't know about the rest of the world, but in our country, there has been something against science, a defensive attitude towards science. Like scientific data is not, appreciated. I've been a health reporter for many years. In the past, there were conventions, congresses, meetings about clinical trials. And earlier, Sibel was talking about this.
COVID haberlerini takip etmesi, soruları sorması veya
COVID news were reported by journalists who couldn't ask the right questions. They couldn't understand clinical trials. They couldn't read them. That caused problems. In the past, we would have workshops and we would understand how to question information or data, and we would implement it. But now we have people who are not health reporters, but they try to make news on health, or they present programs on health, or during sessions in discussion programs on TV. They manage health programs, but they don't have the profound knowledge of the discipline. So this also has had an influence on this process. Yes, with my last question, I'm going to end this session. We have a very valuable presenter after this, Yasemin Giritli İnceoğlu. She's my professor from Marmara University. Yes. She will speak about the pandemic and health news reporting. Kemal Hoca, you said, being with anti-vacciners is being against science. Well, if a journalist is to be with science and what has been proven by science, there's also the fact that there are many things that have not been proven. There isn't enough evidence. So would this not mean that media and press is only looking from one direction? Let me answer in the way that you taught me to answer. There will be people who will die although they get the vaccine. There will be people who beat the disease although they were not vaccinated. But this doesn't change the relationship between the correlations and the results of science. Science is not to give the true answer at all times in the same way. Science means among different opinions, different options, thousands of them, there are like 20 of them that we can rely upon. So it's about removing the clutter. As we look at this, we should also consider the fact that with the modern age, scientific thinking or illumination are not are underestimated by humans. They have forgotten the value of science. We are rediscovering it. We are actually suffering the results of this. Since the Industrial Revolution or since Middle Ages until today, with their comfort zones, people have forgotten the existence of science thanks to the idleness that came from science and technology. Yes, we forgot about science and we forgot about nature too. I was in a climate conference by Bahçeşehir University a short while ago. We forgot all about science and now we are remembering. And I keep people the same thing. Exceptions do not disturb the regular working system of science. Science is to look for the truth that we don't know. It removes the clouds, but we need to draw ourselves a path. Yes, we need to listen to what science is saying, and we need to have positive discrimination in favor of science. All the inventions came with science. All inventions that brought humanity to where it is today. Thanks to inventions, people are now able to live up to their 80s. There's the nuclear bomb. We could use nuclear energy for good purposes, or we could use it for bad purposes. We could kill people with it, or else we could disintegrate its parts and use it for medical purposes or energy purposes. So thank you very much. Thank you for adding value to our conference. Now, if you allow me, I would like to turn to another professor, Yasemin Giritli İnceoğlu, from Communications Department, academic. I don't know if she's still in Galatasaray University. I knew that she was working there, but it's not written here. So in 30 seconds, she'll be with us.
Evet. Şimdi
so now we're with Professor Yasemin. Hello, welcome. Great to see you. I see you in social media, in Facebook all the time, but it had been a long time since we had a face-to-face talk like this. An old friend from the communications community. We're very curious to find out what you have to say about the pandemic and health reporting. Thank you very much, Ali Atif. Well, I have roughly 30 minutes, I suppose. I should use my time effectively. I'll speak about health reporting during the pandemic. The pandemic period in the global scale, as you know, has turned into a crisis. And this process at the initial stages was managed really poorly. At times of crisis, when there's a global calamity, misinformation, disinformation, lack of information, and extremism feed into each other mutually. And that's exactly when the public needs the accurate information, because that's when we have hatred, fake news, etc., coming in more and more frequently and more intensely than any other time. When scientific knowledge flow is stopped, then on the screens or in the columns you will see cliches, made-up speculations, groundless information, wrong information, which will be confusing, and all these fake news, without a doubt, have a negative impact on the health and safety of the public. They're a threat. Imbalanced and sensational health news also create a culture of fear. Within this period, the news and posts of this sort were seen a lot, rather frequently, and we didn't have enough publications to inform the people how health reporting should be done and what kind of attitude should be assumed by the media regarding health were questions that wrecked our brains more than ever during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, the neoliberal capitalistic system that caused a calamity globally was taking the world to a disaster, and populist leaders were not caring about the health of the public, and they dragged their countries and their peoples to crisis. To read the news right with a critical eye is a must for good media, and there are some main principles for that we should not overlook. First of all, the media messages need to be meticulously chosen. They need to be regulated. They need to be revised. And although they seem real, the world that they represent is not reality. It is the representation of reality by the media. Media posts involve values and ideologies, and media messages have economic, social, political, historical, and aesthetic contexts. News are not in the monopoly of press or a given authority. Anyone with a smartphone can share news, and this makes reporting anonymous. The most important question here is, do we verify the sources of news? Because social media is full of misinformation, disinformation, and they divert perceptions. It's really open to abuse. So during the pandemic, doctors were informing people using social media, enabling them to get the right information. But at the same time, there were many examples of conspiracy theories and misinformation. During COVID-19, being a journalist required, even more than ever, questioning reality and thinking in a critical way. Being a journalist is not just about enabling the public to find out the reality. It's also about collecting information and reporting it via a channel. This is a facilitator's role, and the journalist is responsible against the society. And during a crisis, the journalist should contribute to the decision-making to be made by the society. That's an understanding we have. Journalists have an unmatched scientific role to inform the society about the vaccines. They have a vital role to play here. If you look at the main roles and responsibilities of journalists under the manifest of journalists, you will see there are certain rules that they have to abide by. Probably Sibel Güneş has touched upon these. I'm going to skip them really fast. We have to avoid sensational news about health. We should refrain from guiding people towards false hope or desperation. We should always consult with specialists when it comes to drugs or medication. And when we see journalists who try to get knowledge or images from hospitals, they need to show their identity cards, and they should only get the authorizations by the relevant authorities before they enter the limited access parts of hospitals, and without, the permits of the relatives of a patient, they should refrain from taking any records or any audio or video. A journalist should also document this, because we need to also know what kind of hardships journalists are coming across. We need to raise awareness among the people regarding the violence that they come across as they try to perform their profession. Regarding violence, well, we need to give the right messages at all times that, speak to all people of all ages, and we need to highlight the importance of healthcare services. On the other hand, during the pandemic, there are other important rules to obey. Turkish media failed here because inaudible. The big picture was not visible because not the entire trial was read. For instance, a copy-paste sort of reporting took place from time to time. The data collection methodology was not questioned, and data was trusted blindly from time to time. When preparing news about COVID-19, a new vaccine, etc., or a trial, we need to use the reliable sources from the recent studies, and we should get specialists' views. This didn't really happen, as I'll discuss later. And reporters showed on screens people who were not specialized. Normally, everyone that appears on a screen should be specialized, but on screens, there were always the same people, always people as if they knew about everything. They have, the ego and the overly inflated confidence to believe that they can speak about anything. Pierre Dunko referred to fast thinkers. In Turhan Ilgan's book, as you know, when it was published in the translation, fast thinkers were referred to. These people are media intellectuals in a way, and they have a say about everything. They're not really intellectuals. They are know-it-alls, actually. These know-it-alls are fast thinkers, fast speakers. They speak a lot. They don't make any problems in the eye of the publisher. They're given general questions, and they're always ready to answer anything. Well-intended guests they are. This is really key in my opinion. I really like to, talk about this. And on the other hand, when making news about, cases, etc., the vaccine, the news, many times we were unable to do that. Also, regarding the vaccine, the terminology is not, the public is not familiar with the terminology. We need to clarify these terms. We need to use an open language, and the processes need to be identified. The details need to be shared. And if there are any side effects, these need to be also discussed. Likewise, demographic features need to be considered. And the benefits of the vaccines should be reminded to everyone. To offer reliable information about COVID-19 will encourage those that will get the vaccine, that are planning about getting the vaccine. It's really encouraging. Fighting misinformation and also encouraging the readers about the importance of all vaccines is also key. Throughout history, about the facts about vaccines and their role in ending a pandemic or an epidemic will help any hesitations regarding the vaccine. That's important. And on the other hand, the importance of ecology and what its destruction is going to bring along should be discussed to all humanity. We need to make sure that they are heard in all the channels of media. This responsibility lies on the shoulders of the professionals, and alternative media has a lot of important roles to play. Non-mainstream media, because what we don't see in mainstream media will be delivered by this media, who has the role to remove the silence when it comes to lines. It's good journalism practices.
Because with the globalization, the mainstream media is serving the government all over the world, not only in Turkey, and whoever is the hegemony, the dominant ideology, it serves to reproduce it and make it more legitimate. The media is it's not only limited to presenting news to public to convince them, but to make sure that they question this hegemonic worldview and to bring about a structural change. Well, information, as long as information serves the government and the power, truth will not be questioned. In the pandemic in Turkey, a news agency, they were presented with news, or well, they shared those news. They couldn't do sound news reporting. Health opinion leaders, voices were not heard. They were prevented from speaking. And to become famous, a celebrity, some people use their health identity to present their non-scientific views on various outlets. TV channels and newspapers, they neglected the announcements of the Medical Association. Anti-vax movement carried out demonstration. Media gained importance, or we have to underline the importance of the alternative media here. Anti-vaxxers, to convince anti-vaxxers all over the world, without the fact that this pandemic will not end without getting vaccinated and convincing people of this fact is an important role of news reporters, health reporters. Healthcare professionals, they should effectively use all social media to influence people, to inform people and to convince people. They try to do so, in fact. On the other hand, against healthcare professionals in the social media, we have seen these serious lynching campaigns by anti-vaxxers. Anti-vaxxers are effectively using the social media to mislead people, and they go on misleading people. There are other issues. People that are affected by the virus were interviewed. Maybe you can do it online or face-to-face interviews. It's difficult to interview these groups because of high level of concerns. While interviewing the deceased, we have to pay attention. You have to get your consent and tell people where it will be published. This is true for every but COVID-19 is more sensitive. If possible, you can interview sick people via video conference. If you have to share a physical space, you have to keep your distance. You should not only focus on information that you would like to have, but you have to also listen to what they're telling you, what they want to tell you, and ask them to explain how they manage the entire sickness and the process of the disease, and make sure that they don't want to tell you anything else. And then you should provide your contact info and the interview without further ado. If it's not clear, if they should not but they should be taken into account, not neglected. It's we are passing through pessimistic times, and using humor in news is actually will stimulate creativity. COVID-19 diseased families, how are they affected by the disease? You should also report on that. In peace journalism, something is very important. If it's fatal, terrible, horrible, these exaggerated expressions or manipulative graphs should be avoided, or manipulating photos should be avoided. Names that people are affected by the virus should not be published, and that their images should not be published without their consent. We should not spread information or share photos. So the readers, they have fake hopes, giving fake hopes. COVID-19 medication was found, and you should not report on these headlines. This is the invisible aspects of the violence, because COVID-19 entails violence. As people are isolated socially, they're all being watched all the time. It will cause psychological problems that you have to also pay attention to. There's a Conde research in Turkey. 97% of the Turkish society knows about the coronavirus. 86.5% of the 35%. World Health Organization is fighting against coronavirus. In the beginning, they had these 7 methods, techniques, and they showed a video on that on TV. And the more they showed it, the more people started to implement these measures and encouraged to implement those. In Turkey, these videos were shown less. I watched the same process in other countries. On the TV, they had these TV spots, public awareness spots. This is very important to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. They use these public spots, TV spots all the time. And COVID-19 and its other aspects should also be regarded. It has an economic impact, legal impacts. It's a human rights issue even. You have to elaborate all those issues around COVID-19 as journalists. Journalists, they have engaged in polemics, which is another reflection of the media terror. We talked about disinformation. There's a first draft known for its initiative against disinformation. On coronavirus news, it is a very good guideline, in fact. They wrote a very good guide on coronavirus news. You have to pay diligence when it comes to your visual selections or visual tools. Refrain from making speculations. Do not allow specialists to make speculative projections. Prevent them from doing that. Don't reach them microphone. They shouldn't speak as they want. You have to give specific information for viewers. Viewers and readers, they should be redirected toward official sources like WHO. You have to consult more than one specialist. If possible, you have to merge opposing views. When making news out of rumors, you have to pay attention because rumors, your contents, they should be simplified. You should not otherize in the language that you use. You talked about conspiracy theories. You have to understand what the readers want to know, and if there are any data gaps, or you have to fill those gaps with responsible journalism, like a mapping in news report. If you have to use visual elements and design elements, graphic elements, place them in the right, put them in the right way, or place them in the correct way. How much time do I have? We can go on. So, interactive platforms, by respecting patients' rights, regarding the virus outbreak and cases, the mainstream media disregarded some news images and videos, well, that should be shown. Well, we are good media and digital media literates, and without questioning, without having access to primary sources of information, cross-reading, Professor Stewart, you have to be reading, cross-checking your news, negotiating with it. Should not believe each information you see. We have this. This is our responsibility as a citizen. And anything that threatens public health, like vaccine hesitancy, that hesitancy became even more detrimental with COVID-19. People who are hesitant about getting vaccinated and totally rejecting it, the number of people has increased, and they put the public health at risk. That's the dimension. This bildirgisi.org, the website, vaccinedeclaration.org, especially media employees, professionals. In terms of vaccination, getting vaccination, this is an important role. They have an important role to make sure people get vaccinated. That's why we should accurately inform the public about vaccines. It is even more important nowadays. We have this to fight against vaccine hesitancy. A declaration was prepared, which is published on this website. It is invaluable. I mean, the Society of Journalists, of Turkish journalists, the Ethics Committee, all of those NGOs and journalists and academicians contributed to the creation of this page. There are some items that are important about the vaccine. I don't want to duplicate my speech, so I will not mention those now, but when creating content and news on the vaccine, you have to act within the framework of public health. This should be your utmost concern. Public administrators in the health sector should to emphasize the safety, the protection of vaccines, and make scientific evaluation to enlighten people on vaccines, and talk about be transparent when it comes to the procurement and supply of vaccines. Another important issue is the fact that vaccines, well, are the simplest, most efficacious and safest intervention tool to prevent infectious diseases from spreading in society. And when reporting about news about vaccines, you have to talk about the level of protection of the vaccine in the world. In Turkey, should talk about give data about hospitalizations, and they said in the beginning Sinovac was better than BioNTech because it is conventional, and that's why people were vaccinated with Sinovac instead of BioNTech, that including me. And then we understood it is not protecting well. I have now 4 vaccines, including 2 BioNTechs. I think a certain percentage of 8 billion people got 4 vaccines. Now they're going for the 5th, the booster vaccine. So these processes should be transparent, made transparent for everyone. We should not only discuss the term vaccine, which vaccine, whichever vaccine you're talking in the news, you have to mention its specific name and then talk about the efficacy. And people are, questioning the benefits and efficacy. Instead of giving room to these, we should talk about, we should bring to the fore people who are talking about evidence-based. There are conspiracy theories that fuel vaccine hesitancy and rumors. Rumors should be rendered invisible. And any such approaches which will put the public health at risk should not be presented at all. We should prove their invalidity. We should focus more on scientific facts to do away with this. You can't fully do away with rumors. I mean, we have other arguments. Yes, this is an argument, but you should refute it by putting forward scientific evidence. When you report about vaccines, you should you should be open and explicit and objective. Impartiality, I cannot say, because there's no such thing as impartiality. You should try to be objective, keep an equal distance to the subject. You should not it should not lead to suspicions, more suspicion. If some of the content is wrongful that you have published, you should correct it right away. And if you are publishing about the side effects, you should not cause panic by using exaggerated statements or expressions. Scientific studies, trials, they should be presented in an up-to-date fashion. They should be examined in whole, all their limitations. That's cool. Report about those. There is no miracle in medicine. That should be your approach. If a medication's efficacy is not proven, any herbal supplement, etc., is not proven, should not present it or promote it, should not be presented as an alternative to vaccines. When we report on vaccines, I mean, there's this otherization rhetoric, which may cause racism and otherization, and ageism. This ageism, especially when it comes to 65 years and older. There is an ageism against this group last year, especially. So we should not, you should avoid discrimination when you pick your visuals. If you have a doubtful source and if this visual will fuel hesitancy, you should not use it. There are, of course, hesitants when it comes to the vaccines, or people who reject to get vaccinated. You should not target those. And they have concerns, legitimate concerns, that you need to take into account. And by using fertility, we should prevent such content from being published. There are inequalities when it comes to vaccination. There are fragile, vulnerable groups that are defenseless. So you have to take into account those groups when presenting reports on the vaccine. And any potential problems in the vaccine policies should not target healthcare professionals when you report about it. You should report about the problem. You should focus on the source of the problem. In the pandemic process, you should share confirmed news and any healthcare related processes should become more transparent. This is very important. The Ministry of Health statement and the Medical Association statement, or physician statements, or mayor's statements, and public information should not, they have caused a great divide, actually, and they were very different from one another. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that political and economic development is equally important. Mainstream media, who lost its news reporting reflexes, had this mistrust, this post-truth era that we live in. They fulfilled the requirements of the post-truth era in a way. I want to talk about the echo chambers. That is a part of our terminology now. So it was translated into Turkish as echo chambers. So I mean, they're shared by people with common characteristics, common tastes, and interests, and ways of thinking. They create a echo chamber that is a closed group. And due to its nature, this closed group is repeating the same kind of thinking over and over again. And in due time, this way of thinking is reinforced and of thinking. And if you're a proponent of the vaccine or an anti-vaxxer, well, you live in your own bubble, and consciously or unconsciously, a certain world view is created, and you are not allowing for any different thinking in your echo chamber, because you read articles that are close to you, you follow Twitter accounts that are close to you, and this closed off group, they're facing contents that approve their way of thinking, and they prove and they justify their way of thinking, and are very happy to have done so, to do so. What brings that along? Something which we are not needing at all: polarization. News organizations, social media platforms, and most importantly, the readers, so with all our efforts, I think we can solve this problem. Last but not least, COVID-19 is not only a health problem, it's an ecological issue, it's a political problem. Because we don't have any other world. Yes, dear professor, I want to go over the time allotted to me, so I want to finish here. Thank you very much, dear professor. It was very satisfactory. Item by item, you told us what to do and what not to do. I could go on listening to you for half an hour more. I also took notes for myself. The mainstream media and alternative media was mentioned. Attaching more importance to alternative media and diverging views and different views is important. Its role should be regarded in its entirety or integrity. Health comes first, of course, but impartiality should be preserved. And we should keep an equal distance to anti-vaxxers and proponents of the vaccine. And it talks about data gaps, and the media should be aware of this info or data gap and to be able to fill it in a correct way. The Ministry of Public Health forgot about TV public awareness spots. WHO has these TV spots aired it everywhere. First, we used 2 celebrities at first, and then it discontinued. Now, the public opinion has become more insensitive because of the fatigue that develops, and it has become an ordinary item on the agenda. So we should exceed this threshold of with a new campaign, which should not be of a political nature, should be inclusive, and should discuss it in all its angles, not only health, but also economic, legal, institutions, employees, equalities, inequalities. So thank you very much for this satisfactory presentation. You contributed greatly to a conference. I will see you at another conference. Thank you. By the way, I have a question. I'm out of curiosity. I'd like to ask this question. So you're motivating and you're talking for 30 minutes, then we turn off the computer and then silence. And conference, that's not the physical conferences, that's not the case. How do you feel then? I start doing something else. There is another conference I have in 2 days. I'm preparing myself for this conference. We should not be idle. Yes, I mean, we need applause in the background, like in a concert. Well, turning on the music maybe in the background would be a good solution. Thank you very much. Deepest regards to you. After this enlightening speech, we'll listen to Elif Kahraman, a doctor from Istanbul University, corporate communication assistant coordinator. She will be here with us soon. Well, now we'll continue looking from different angles on health communication in the pandemic. I hope you're not tired. We have 3 more speakers to go. One of them is Elif Kahraman. There's a book from Routledge that she wrote. She wrote a chapter in this book. She'll talk about the political rhetoric in Turkey about COVID-19 and the vaccine. Well, the word peace and war, I chose those two. They are from Tolstoy, a reference to Tolstoy. But the first reason is that in April, there is a call for proposal on a book published by Routledge. And these were the first months of the pandemic. And despite that, we talked about political communication, crisis communication in the world, and governments started to take action, which we wanted to analyze in this book. And I joined the Turkish chapter. 11th March 2020, the first case was announced. It covered the first months of the pandemic, and I'm sharing the chapter of in this book that I wrote. There's a rhetoric on war that was used to communicate by the government. So I started to analyze that. Upon your kind invitation, this project that I was developing was finished October 2020. I expanded it in October 2021. And when you have a look at literature, looking at a disease like a war, it's not a new phenomenon, not new in Turkey, not new in the world. Literature goes back to 1978. Susan Sontag talks about illness as a metaphor. She talked about tuberculosis, AIDS, and cancer in her book. So then many more studies followed. Why is disease, illness a war? Because it threatens daily life as an enemy, and it has been launched like this since the beginning. And the defense mechanism of the body, and the names in Turkish and English, they come from military. I have a military background. So the frontliners, they are healthcare professionals, the frontline soldiers. And be it in disease, be it in war, there is pain, blood, injury, and death. And as a result of which, people win or they lose and die, win and get healthy. So this rhetoric on illness being as a war is present today as well. So then I talk about this war rhetoric in the media that I collated. So the mad cow disease. So I copied the headlines directly. So in Britain, they fought against the mad cow disease. So they declared a war against the disease. They talked about a battle, and they took steps and the combat against this disease. Then the foot-mouth disease, which is a very common disease among animals. USA waged war on foot-mouth disease again, and government units, they declared war on this disease. And the way to defeat this disease will result in a victory for the government. So this is the rhetoric that is used in headlines in newspapers. The biggest war was fought against AIDS, especially in the USA. The rhetoric in the USA is very well known, and Mandela declares war on AIDS is one headline. US still in danger of losing war on AIDS, CDC director says. That's one headline used or rhetoric used. And Clinton declares disease a security threat, for example. So this is some of the rhetorics that we see in the media. Contemporary news. So the Ebola crisis, US declares war on Ebola epidemic is one such headline. Barack Obama urges Congress over $6 billion Ebola war chest. So this is published in the newspaper. Another pandemic is SARS. So of course, the rhetoric in rhetoric, China is comes up. US offers to help China fight SARS, and the SARS fighters, they're back in the coronavirus war. So China SARS fighter returns to spotlight in coronavirus battle is one of the headlines. So let's come back to COVID-19. Trump government administration is using the war rhetoric again to promote it in their own public and globally. They're talking about the Chinese virus, that they're fighting against this virus coming from China. In our political rhetoric, and we see that this political rhetoric is reflected on journals, newspaper headlines. So the same is true for Turkey. So I investigated some academic work in English and Turkish and about the proclamation of war. I saw the headlines there, but in other languages, there are studies on the same subject in Brazil, France, Spain, Singapore, USA, Malaysia, Italy, Hungary. There are some countries that declare war against the diseases. All these governments, they declare war on the coronavirus. So they use this war rhetoric to promote the disease in the public eye, and they're being represented in a similar fashion in the media. So this is the scope of my study. Sometimes, while I conducted month-long and week-long studies, I collated my study. This is from 1st of March 2020, 31st of October 2021, covering all national newspaper articles in this period of time. I will present some of the headlines in journals. So this is April 2020. 11th of March is the first coronavirus case in Turkey, and the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus outbreak to be a pandemic. So you see various newspapers that I wanted to put because they have different tendencies, but they use same rhetoric or similar rhetoric. What is the interconnection? The scientific council or government officials, they were quoted in these headlines. That's why the political rhetoric is represented, and that's why I investigated them more. Talk about COVID-19 soldiers. Well, they declare war against the virus, winning this war against the virus together. Collective fight was mentioned because this is the first time the public started to be directed towards restrictions, and the first time it was promoted to the public as an issue, as a problem. Excuse me, can you see my slides? I am not able to move them. Okay. So I'll continue speaking. Apologies for that. I wanted to show you my slides, but there is a problem with my slide.
We are waiting, no worries. No worries, this is normal. I'm having some issues, I apologize. Well, you can just log out and back in again, no worries. I think there's a technical failure. No worries, you can upload the document again if you wish, and it will be resolved. I think it's best if I log back in. We do it the Turkish way. Let's restart altogether. Please log me out and back in again.
Elif Hoca bizle birlikte olacak. İlginç.
Elif will be with us soon. Of course, it's interesting. It's about metaphors and words and a political discourse that is associated with warfare. We have a lot of studies on this now, especially with the COVID period. The images and the words that are identified are studied in terms of the repercussions that they create in the brain, and especially we wanted this study to be part of this conference, sort of communication elements to be known. We need to be aware of them. This means we will, on one hand, consume something, but also are not so easily convinced. We were talking about manipulations. Yasemin spoke about it earlier. Before discussing any manipulations, we need to question ourselves how well we question our communication, how we regard all these elements, and how responsible are we as we listen, because listening also requires responsibility. So this discussion will continue on peace and fill in the gap. In state TV, in the past, we used to have a jug appearing on our screens when there was a technical failure, and I'm like that jug. We will have 2 more speeches to be delivered. Please don't go anywhere. One is Professor Dr. Brian Spilsberg from San Diego State University Communication Faculty. His subject is very important in the COVID-19 pandemic: misinformation, disinformation, and the dynamic of conspiracy theories. And then we have also Mr. Rifkin, who has a really valuable book. Happily, he accepted our invitation and joined with his talk, using effectively risk communication during the COVID-19 today. We still have a communication problem, and in front of us there's a very tired society that is almost overlooking communication. There's a threshold that we have to exceed so that we can warn them about certain matters. We need to discuss the risks in a different way. So the danger is not over yet. We are still living in a pandemic. This winter will be really tough and even, quite difficult, or rather uncertain, are expressions that are really vague, because we don't know how more vague it can get. There's a role to be played by each and every one of us in this regard. So May, June, when we look at the May-June period, coronavirus representatives, Daily Sabah and other newspapers started using terms like battle. Actually, we were fighting this battle against this disease, etc. October, December are important months because these are the months when the initial vaccines were introduced. So instead of warfare discourse, now there was more reference to volunteers and vaccines. So the subjects were called volunteering heroes. And the virus was acting like an army, and the only arm, the only gun we had against the virus was the vaccine. In January, March, we had our initial studies in Turkey about vaccines, and we started vaccinating, especially the elderly. And there were references to basis of health and being a single fist and being a single arm. April and July was when we had more widespread vaccination. Again, vaccine was called our arm, our gun, and the local vaccine was referred to as the local unmanned vehicle, warfare vehicle. And there was mobilization referred to instead of isolating ourselves at home. And bribes came up because there were fake vaccine certificates being issued, and there were other, inventions that were created that were referred to. Fahrettin Koca, Meral Akşener, Erdoğan, Bahçeli, over this period of 1.5 years, in all their Twitter posts, mainly focused on the pandemic, especially the minister, Dr. Koca, shared a lot of information about the pandemic, others less so. But there was a common denominator here, again, the warfare discourse or terminology. I have some examples of the terminology here. For instance, at the beginning of the pandemic, Fahrettin Koca was saying, we are mobilized against the threat. President Erdoğan said, this is the solidarity of our nation. Coronavirus was a threat against the solidarity of the nation. In another date, the fight against coronavirus was referred to. The house was the safe castle, and we were going to keep fighting from home. And there were defeated countries, they said, during this warfare. And Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu said the doctors were fighting on the forefronts of the war and of the battlefield. Devlet Bahçeli talks about the fight of our nation against COVID-19, and then that the victory was near. This had to do with widespread vaccination and the diminishing number of cases. All these discourses, along with their contexts, I group them. When we say war, mainly it's about, fighting the pandemic. In English publications, we had fight, battle, economic warfare, etc. referred to. These were all defined. And as for arms, well, the vaccine is against the virus, a war tool, an arm, and the fake vaccine cards were also covered by media. Beating corona or healing, fighting against corona and losing one's life. In Turkish and English news, we saw references to fronts and bases. HCPs were referred to as soldiers, and entrepreneurs and producers were also referred to. The heroes were volunteers. There was a reference to invisible enemy. Those who beat corona were referred to. The victims were mentioned with terms such as martyr, actually. As for the army, HCPs were referred to as an army. the public were an army, and then there were armies of viruses. So this is all part of the warfare discourse. So why do we have a warfare discourse, first of all, since the beginning? Well, since it's a new element that we came across, the society needed a reference. We needed a reference in the social memory. To the previous physical wars, there needed to be a link established, and it would also create a context. It would simplify the process and how we should explain it, and it would prepare the society for harder times. In addition to these, we also needed to convince the society, because you are telling people you have to shut your doors for 2-3 months. You cannot work, you have to stay at home. You won't be able to go to school. So there are all these social activities that need to be eliminated for a while. So to prepare the society to all these measures, they needed this sort of a terminology. The bans against, walking unmasked, curfews, etc. You need to convince the society for all of these, and to persuade them, you will need a discourse as strong as warfare discourse. This is going to encourage changes in behavior. In addition to these, well, there's war and there's an enemy, but it's not happening in a way that people are able to see. So there needed to be a challenge in imaginary geographies. There's a fight in our body, so it's an invisible enemy, but then there's the imaginary geography. Nationalistic discourse also came on the rise along with the warfare discourse, because it was about us, the public, ourselves, those who fight the virus, those HCPs. And then on the other hand, there was the other side, anti-vacciners, those who don't obey by the measures, the virus, etc. So the enemy is built over there, but there's also a scapegoat. Yes, the pandemic is new for all of us. We have challenges in our fight, but not all the difficulties have to do with the virus. There were lacks in hospitals, medical deficiencies, insufficient healthcare professionals in terms of numbers. So not all the scapegoat, the virus could not be the only scapegoat here. And then there was the national security matter. All war-related movements would be supported here. If you're not going to school or work, if we're not going to the streets, then we need to make sure that all of these concepts are supported, and centralized control is normal, and the entire society needs to act in solidarity along with that. Stay home as a message means, at home it's safe. The war is taking place outside your home. And let's look at the promise of victory. And that's, thanks to vaccination, and the lowered number of cases will be in the benefits. Banksy is a well-known artist. He has a work called Game Changer, where a small child is holding an HCP like, a Batman or a Spider-Man. He has put aside his other heroes and he's playing with a nurse instead. And this is associated with the concept of hero that we come across so frequently. There is an encouraging aspect of this concept, and also there is an aspect of it that eliminates certain facts. The encouraging part is being hero as an award, as a reward, because it is a fight indeed for HCPs. And first, there needs to be a reward, and then there needs to be a role model for the society. The society needs to think, well, there's so much sacrifice going on the part of HCPs. It was all about how they couldn't see their families at the beginning of the pandemic. So the message was, we will stay home, we will stop and change our routine. So on one hand, there's this model, and on the other hand, hero, using the term hero for them means the risk is normalized. Their problems are overlooked, or at least not, prioritized. Of course, you fight on the forefront, you will be a hero. This is necessary sacrifice. you might turn up, end up a martyr. On one hand, this meant that this was the new normal for HCPs, and their new normal was being placed or built on being a hero. So to wrap up, of course, it's about preparing the society against the disease and encouraging them to work in solidarity and creating fast results. But based on the course of the disease, the discourse needs to change, because using the warfare discourse at all times will create lack of attention over time. It will cause fatigue, which would be the subject of another study, of course. So thank you very much for your participation, and many, many thanks to the Sabri Ülker Foundation family. Thank you. Many thanks. Yes, the warfare terminology being, mobilized, all these ideas make us think of the Lord of the Rings, and people can not be held there forever. This situation of concern and anxiety cannot be forever, because then the right messages cannot be handled in the right way. Which is why we need to be more transparent and clear and egalitarian and pacifistic in our definitions and terminology. And I agree with that as a communication specialist, because the consumer of this information need to be seen as a whole. They are the stakeholders, and we cannot look down on them. We cannot tell them, move towards the Mediterranean, that's your destination. That's not sufficient. So we have new books now, and there's also a methodology of communication that makes things look even more gloomier than they actually are. So we should not focus totally on that. Okay, we turn to San Diego State University. Brian Spitzberg from the communication faculty is going to discuss the false news, misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories within the framework of COVID-19. Let's see what he has to say.
To talk to everyone about social media, online information in the form of disinformation, misinformation, and other forms of information distortion, such as fake news and conspiracy theory. These kinds of information distortion are not new. Just to use the example that I will be using throughout regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been events throughout history regarding pandemics that have illustrated historically that pandemics have always been surrounded and swirling around disinformation and misinformation. From the 1350s plague to the 1950s polio vaccines and polio pandemic, the swine flu pandemic in 2009, in the 2000s, there were a variety of misinformation campaigns regarding HIV. There is certainly in 2020 have been a large share of such misinformation. And what's new about the 2020 pandemic is that we have an entirely different media ecosystem in which such misinformation and disinformation can be created and shared. And so what are we talking about? The key concepts are disinformation, which is any messages spread in a mediated context that represent a meaning complex in which a sender's understanding is discrepant from or incompatible with a relatively consensual, informed, or expert vetted evidentiary state. It's a complex definition, but basically it says that misinformation and disinformation are forms of information distortion that are constructed in ways that are different from what we know to be true or what we best know to be true. Conspiracy theories are narratives that allege the existence of some kind of secret plot among powerful actors who seek to achieve some goal, usually sinister or self-serving, through the systematic deception of the public. So the assumption is that there's something going on behind the scenes. Fake news is even more complex. It's basically disinformation, but it's disinformation designed to look like it's news. That is, to look like it's been vetted through some kind of respected source. And therefore, it is kind of doubly disinformative because the content is wrong, but also the construction of the source is wrong. The representation of the source is wrong. So what do we know about disinformation and its significance? It turns out that despite all the information that we have about disinformation, only about 1% of online sources account for almost 80% of fake news. In other words, it's a small amount of people who are producing a large amount of the fake news. Misinformation is also disproportionately influential. So even though it's a small number of sources of fake news, it is disproportionately shared. For example, a study of over 38 million pieces of COVID-related traditional media content estimated that only about 3% involved misinformation. But those studies show that those kinds of information are shared more often, and that perhaps just 12 anti-vaxxers, as an example, are responsible for almost 2/3 of anti-vaccine content circulating on social media. Furthermore, there's the problem of what's called bots. Bots are automated algorithms that basically capture messages, change messages, create messages, and then distribute messages. They are, in essence, robots that create messages. And they are usually designed to create messages for certain kinds of information distortion. It turns out that significant portions of all Twitter traffic is bot-based, and significant portions of COVID-related information is bot-based. There are a variety of studies that tell us a lot about the nature of disinformation. So, for example, we know that this misinformation is highly viral. It's faster, it spreads faster than biological pandemics or diseases. And there's evidence, at least from certain domains, such as political information and misinformation, that legitimate information virality is slower than disinformation virality. So there's some evidence that false information diffuses faster, farther, deeper, and more broadly than truthful information. There's also evidence that if we control just a little bit of this disinformation, it may control its infodemic potential. Just as in vaccination, where you try to achieve herd immunity, if you can stop the disinformation in certain places, at key places in the social diffusion network, you can significantly reduce its overall impact by cutting off its spread to significant networks, something I'll show in a moment. Also, there's evidence that controlling some bots may also control the impact of those bots in spreading disinformation. So the implication of all this is that while the amount and types of online misinformation are potentially infinite, the sources and locations may be relatively concentrated, identifiable, and manageable. There's a lot of it going around. It's very distorting. But if you can identify it and stop it in certain places, you can significantly manage the amount of damage that it does. So I'm going to present the outline of a theory of information diffusion that's specifically designed around the idea of dismisinformation. That is, disinformation, which is intentionally misinforming, and misinformation, which is spreading information that's untrue, but that I think is true. So we begin with the idea that we live in an attention economy with limited cognitive capacity. We cannot process all the information around us. This creates an information surplus. There's an almost infinite amount of information being put into our information ecosystem, but we have limited capability of processing it. This creates a surplus of information. This creates, in turn, information overload. And humans are increasingly experiencing this information overload. The upshot of this is that we experience what's called displacement. Every message we attend to displaces attention to other messages. So in the event that a higher proportion of all the messages are misinformative, it leads to the fact that those are going to displace, for some portion of the ecosystem, more legitimate messages. Furthermore, evidence shows that we're increasingly relying on social media as the source for our news. So more people consume news through social media than they used to. More people consume social media for news than online news sites, than in print form. That is, long-form journalism is dying, especially among younger readers, and particularly regarding COVID-19. So people are increasingly getting their news from broadcast media rather than print media, and algorithmic targeting of social media organizations concentrates these trends by basically clickbaiting everyone into their social media streams rather than long-form journalism. The importance of this is that you experience diminished editorial gatekeeping. Long-form journalism has editorial staffs. They have people who have beats who are experts in those areas of journalistic reporting. You have the opportunity for long-form construction of narratives over time as the story develops. Social media, instead, is all about the moment. You have to get the eyes on the screen, eyes on the screen, eyes on the screen. And that means constantly shifting the attention to the next interesting, bright, dangling thing. The result of this is a deterioration of our media literacy collectively. And there is quite a bit of evidence that literacy, media literacy, is diminishing. With information overload and the natural cognitive biases that we are inflicted with, information consumers invest relatively little time or effort into fact-checking or evaluating the validity of the information that they consume. Add to this certain psychological factors. For example, in a pandemic, we're particularly stressed. This stress leads to uncertainty. When we experience uncertainty, we seek to reduce that uncertainty because it causes us anxiety. When we experience this anxiety, we're motivated to seek information, so we consume more information. That is intended to increase our sense of self-efficacy or control. However, when we are in such distress, we tend to allow ethos and pathos to outweigh our logos. In other words, we're inclined to trust the source rather than the content because we don't always understand the content. It is often too complex to understand. So we place our trust in a source or in the most emotional and arousing kinds of information rather than the most logically and well-evidenced information. In addition to this, all of these trends are amplified by the development of what's called echo chambers or information bubbles. This means that information that goes viral tends to crowd out or inoculate people against other forms of information that might be contradictory to or inconsistent with the current belief system. These information bubbles can be illustrated by these kinds of findings. So you see the graph on the left, And this is mostly of Western media, particularly US media for the most part. And so you have mainstream media sources such as MSNBC, BBC, and Fox News, which are very popular in the United States. However, on the vertical, you see the rating of objectivity of these sources. And so what happens is people have the opportunity to just start watching MSNBC if they're on the left, or they may just watch Fox News if they're on the right, and not necessarily avail themselves of the other media sources that would be contrary to that. Once they start doing that, they then share and are exposed to only sources that agree with what they already believe. So if you look at the social network graph on the right, what you see is in the red and in the blue, the concentration of these echo chambers. So the blue is the liberal sources and the red is the more conservative voices in America. And that represents how they only share the information amongst themselves. There's not a lot of crossover between those networks. As a result, we have misinformation virality, anxious times in fact-impoverished contexts with lower media literacy displace valid information and promote an anecdotal or group-affiliated credible information sources and values-consistent narratives. This produces a tribalistic approach to information. We believe what people who we believe in believe, and that means that we discount all other sources of information, resulting in what is often referred to as a form of groupthink. And so, as an example, if we think of misinformation as a form of virus itself, its potential to go viral starts with people who have certain personality orientations. They may be lonely, they may be paranoid, they may be narcissistic, they may have a grievance, they may have political ambitions, they may have these various needs to be a hero or a crusader, or they might prefer to be a victim or a martyr. But basically, they are seeking some kind of significance and meaning through their media habits. In the process, they may be exposed to certain kinds of false narratives or misinformation. And so the spikes on this viral image show a variety of actual conspiracy theories and misinformation that have made themselves present in the media environment. And part of what happens is that once you have a conspiracy theory that tells you that there's a secret process going on to suppress the true information, then that allows you to discount all contrary information. In essence, you are immunized against factual or legitimate information by virtue of assuming that that information comes from a conspiratorial source. And that self-immunization means that you're immunizing yourself against media literacy. In this context, then, even if you take out certain belief systems, there are still many other belief systems that you've already been armed with and immunized with that allow you to simply shift to the next conspiracy or the next form of disinformation. At San Diego State, the Human Dynamics in the Mobile Age Center has developed a smart dashboard approach to studying these kinds of media. So in this instance, it's a Twitter traffic dashboard that we've created. This dashboard is populated with certain key terms. These key terms search a given radius or the Twitter stream for these key terms in the tweets. It then registers them on this graph, which is scalable. It shows you the top media that are being displayed in those tweets. It shows you a word cloud of word frequencies, and it gives you the top URLs that are being shown in that Twitter traffic. You can identify the particular radius within which you want to collect those tweets if you're interested in regional or geographic differences. And you can extract the actual content of those tweets and subject them to linguistic computational analyses. When you perform those computational analyses, you can identify networks that have common themes in their language use. And those common themes will often display, as you see in the lower graph, conspiracy communities, that is, communities that share conspiratorial content. So historically speaking, misinformation is not new. As you can see, there were very clear instances of misinformation being parodied in the 1800s in regard to smallpox. They had their own form of dissemination of such information. This is an example of an envelope that was pre-printed with conspiratorial images regarding vaccinations in the 1800s. And here you see in the 1920s and 1930s that there was great concern about misinformation even then in regard to smallpox. And you see prejudice and faddists and careless people and people who are against everything, just skeptical of everything. You see the ignorant, you see the bigots, the careless, and the innocent. And so these concerns have been with us for a very long time, and we are seeing them lived out today as well in the COVID-19 pandemic. So the conclusion is that this misinformation is not new, but the ways in which it can be weaponized are. The problem is heterogeneous, and so the solutions will also have to be. We need more research, we need more education, we need better theory, and we need better policy. And the kinds of dashboard that we're developing and the forms of media self-regulation are among the kinds of trends that suggest that we're finally beginning to try to get ahead of this problem. Thank you very much.
Evet, Brian Hoca da bize güzel...
Professor Brian, he talked about misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and the summary of what we have been all talking about today. And in theory, well, he presented the theory, and thank you very much for presenting us with your perspective. Last but not least, well, there are risks that we need to explain. Barry Griffin is a doctor. He'll talk about effective use of risk communication. He has a book on that during the COVID pandemic, and he will talk about how to explain or tell about these risks to the public. Professor Rifkin, you have the floor.
First and foremost, this conference on health communication in the pandemic era is spot on. It's an honor to participate in this Sabri Ulkar Foundation meeting to discuss timely matters of international concern. And while there are many experts who acknowledge the lack of effective communication associated with COVID-19 risk to the public, there has been little improvement in this situation. As a start, experts should know what they don't know and share that with the public. I am of belief that a simple, accurate approach using images, which I will be discussing today, may be of interest and value to many countries throughout the world. The title is, as you can see it, Communicating COVID-19 Risks to the Public. The key components for this presentation were put out by the folks running the show, the foundation, and I would like to emphasize two of them today. Public understanding of government communication and formal government and expert communication to which the public is exposed. Unfortunately, the current status of effective communicating of COVID-19 risks does not involve the public as yet. Right now, there is significant progress when speaking about scientists, physicians, and government officials. However, there's been minimal progress when it comes to communicating with the public. So here are some of the objectives that I'm going to try to put forward today: to share a practical, accurate, and simple approach to communicate COVID-19 risks to the public. And second, demonstrate how effectively visual aids can dramatically improve communication. Further objectives: demonstrate how images are worth more than 1,000 words, something which was put forward quite a few years ago, and explain why this approach can be used worldwide. There are barriers, however. COVID-19 information is often inaccurate, it's biased, and it is based on politics, not science. And data is presented through confusing text, equations, or complicated charts. In addition, current use of line graphs, statistical data, in-depth analysis is difficult to understand, and pharmaceutical companies, the media, and medical journals can present information using misleading, deceptive values. And while this is thought to be used on occasion, in fact, it's used, at least in the United States, quite often, and I would guess that's the same situation for both Europe and Asia. There should be a path forward, and that would include information should be presented to the public in a format that has very limited mathematics, and social media received by the public should be viewed with caution, and I mean a great deal of caution. That can be and has been and will continue to be very dangerous. Continuing the path forward, use of a universal decision aid that effectively places health benefit and risk information in a familiar format. Putting something in a familiar format is very important, because people that have not been exposed to something prior to an event is problematic. But if you're familiar with the format, and we'll explain that momentarily, it's much better. A theater seating chart would be used as a graphic illustration of a population grouping. The format should be a clear, straightforward graphic. It should use candid, truthful values, and the denominator should be determined by the situation. In other words, could it be 15,000 or 100,000, and I will explain that shortly as well. A theater would make it easy to illustrate health benefits and risks, and this theater is called a benefit risk characterization theater. The acronym would be BRCT, and this is a BRCT, and as you can see, it is a theater which is familiar to almost everyone, or something analogous to a theater. And you can see that there are, well, you can't see it, but I can tell you there are 1,000 seats, and all of these seats are empty. When things start to change, and you will see them momentarily, the seats will be blackened. So where do we find the data for these BRCTs? And these are the answers. We submit scientific journals for relevant data. We confirm that the data is presented in absolute, not relative values, which I will explain shortly. It's a very important issue. And simply take the data from scientific journals and place it in the BRCTs. And finally, as mentioned earlier, the familiarity of theaters results in understanding and effective communication. Significant problem with using relative risk, and I'll explain that for a moment, but please keep in mind that the COVID-19 situation has pushed people into using relative risk when they want you to hear what they think they can pull over your eyes. So as you'll notice on this particular slide, on the left-hand side, there's one blackened seat, and on the right side, there are two blackened seats. And let's say that there's a pharmaceutical company that has come out with a pill to prevent heart attacks, and that they took 1,000 people and they gave them the pill, and then they had another 1,000 people who did not have the pill. And so they find out that the BRCT on the left, which has 1 seat, is the group that did not have the pill, and on the, that did have the pill, and the other one with 2 seats on the right did not have the pill. And you can see here, there's a difference of 1 seat. And so if you're looking at what you should be, that is absolute risk, the difference is 1 in 1,000. It goes from 2 to 1. If you look at the relative risk, that's how this is calculated. You take this is what pharmaceutical companies would do. They take the 1 and put it over the 2, and that 1 over the 2 is considered to be 50%. And this is how information is conveyed for COVID-19 as well as other problems and concerns. And I thought it would be useful to provide this with you as a predecessor to what's coming next. So there's going to be a video which deals with mammograms. And that video was put out a number of years ago by the Kaiser Health News and NPR article. They're a very famous health organization back in the United States. And they did this video to show how our approach has great value and should have great interest as well.
Doctors write billions of prescriptions every year for pills and tests.
This cuts your chances of a heart attack by 12%.
They might tell you, but what does that really mean? Physician Andrew Lazarus and environmental scientist Eric Rifkin want to show that many common drugs and procedures have only small benefits, and they hope to do it with hardly any math or numbers. For example, we often hear regular mammograms reduce the risk of dying of breast cancer by 20%. But how many lives do mammograms really save? To answer that question, Lazarus and Rifkin want us to picture a theater full of 1,000 people. Imagine every person in the theater is a woman getting regular mammograms. Now, imagine everybody whose lives are saved by those mammograms walks out of the theater. Only 1 in 1,000? How can the benefit be so tiny? It turns out that even regular mammograms miss some deadly cancers, and some tumors prove fatal even with early detection. At the same time, as many as half those women in the theater receiving regular mammograms over a lifetime will receive false positive results, suggesting there may be cancer when there isn't. 64 women in the theater will get sometimes painful biopsies to check non-cancerous lumps. 10 out of the 1,000 women will receive treatment, including radiation and surgery, for lumps that never would have caused a problem. But what about that 20% risk reduction for mammograms? That's the 1 woman in the theater whose life is saved. Out of 1,000 women who don't get mammograms, about 5 will die of breast cancer. Out of 1,000 women who do get mammograms, about 4 will die anyway. The difference is 1 life saved out of the 5, or 20%. That benefit looks a lot less substantial when it's illustrated with a theater. Some patients who think of the mammogram theater decide they want the screening anyway. Many, however, say no. But the guys say they aren't pressuring patients to avoid pills and tests. They just want people to have a realistic idea of the pros and cons.
I trust that those of you who are there to see this video were impressed by it. Kaiser Health News is a very important organization in the United States, and they're very honest and see things the way they should be thought. They're very objective about things. And we have made a number of other videos regarding other health effects, and it could also be extended a great deal when communicating information on COVID-19. And so we think that if this could be taken up by an organization and the information prepared distributed among people who are concerned and unaware and nervous about the situation, which sounds perfectly reasonable to me, I think it would be doing a great service for communities that your foundation is concerned with. So if you start using our VRCT, this is what happens for a variety of situations, and we've just picked these randomly, but they can be applied to almost any situation that is health-oriented as possible. In this case, out of 1,000 long-term care residents who get COVID-19, 85 will die from it. What this illustrates is that there are 85 people who are going to be dying from COVID-19, which some people might think is significant and others not, but it is a rather robust number. In this case, we're looking at 2,000 people, not in long-term care and who do not live in long-term care and get COVID-19. One will die from it. Here you can see there's only one dot in these two theaters. So the difference is rather dramatic. And to see it in these theaters, it's even more dramatic. And you'll remember it longer than it would be if the rhetoric was there. Out of 1,000 hospitalized patients with severe COVID-19 infection and who are given anticoagulation drugs, compared to 1,000 who did not receive this, 40 fewer people died. And there's another example, again, of comparing what the words mean and what the video means or the chart means. It's a much different situation. And although this is going to be a little bit redundant, you can see how valuable it would be and how much more benefit applies here than would if you only saw the text. Out of 1,000 people over the age of 70 who get COVID-19, 50 will die of it. As you can see here, and probably know as you go older, the amount increases, and in this case, approximately 50 will die from it. Something that will be, as I know, as you get older, of concern. Another example, out of 1,000 people who are infected with COVID-19 across the entire population of the US, 3 of them succumb to the illness. The reason this number is so dramatically lower than the previous number is that the entire country has many people who are young or even of medium age, and that's why these numbers are low. And the people who are young should look at these figures and then decide whether or not, from their perspective, from their point of view, this is something that should be of concern or not. That's something none of us can tell each other. It's not a quantitative problem. Next, please. Okay, so we're going to be moving from a 1,000-seat theater to a familiar football stadium. And this particular stadium has 100,000 capacity. And we're putting this in here because the numbers are even smaller than some of the ones you saw before. And in that case, you can all make your decisions. Then the public can make the decisions. And the public can understand what going to a football stadium is or what going to a baseball stadium is. And they can therefore determine their position and their point of view as it applies to COVID-19. So here we have a situation where out of 100,000 people aged 21 to 50 who get COVID-19, 20 will die of it. But you can see that this group is very small. 20 out of 100,000 is a very small number, as you can see up there where it's noted. And therefore, people can get a better sense as to what their fear should be. Now, that doesn't mean, once again, I'm being redundant here, but intentionally, that doesn't mean that we feel this is more or less, but as the size of the capacity football stadium gets larger, then the amount gets smaller. In this case, it's 20 out of 100,000. And as everyone would know looking at this, well, then that's something we might be able to relax on. And this is much better than receiving rhetoric and social ideas that are not accurate and are indeed trying to get people moving in a different direction. Okay, and here's an example of 10 100,000 seat stadiums. That is about 1 million people who received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. One person developed a blood clot, which is the same number who would be hit by lightning in a year. Now, here's an example. If you look to the left-hand side, we made it a little bigger, but each one of these theaters is 10,000 people. And if you add them up, there are 10, and once again, there are 1 million. So if you look at it this way, you'll see that one individual out of the 100,000 football stadium would be likely to get a blood clot. So I would think that a number of people would see this as a very reassuring video, or it's not video, but graphic, that would show that the risk is very, very low. And they probably wouldn't worry a great deal. And Johnson & Johnson, as it turned out, would probably be better off. But by seeing this and by listening to the words, you can see how great the difference is in terms of understanding and appreciating how the information is presented to you. So now we're going to another device, and this device is a 15,000 capacity tennis arena. And the reason we did this was we thought it fit in a little better to the other two issues that we were dealing with. And here, out of 15,000 people in the vaccination arm, and by that I mean people who are getting vaccinated in the arm, 11 developed COVID-19 infection. So remember that 11 there, and remember that was done with people who did get the vaccine. Next, please. Now, here are people who did not get the vaccine. And here you see out of 15,000 people in the placebo arm, that is the ones that did not get it, 185 developed COVID-19 infection. So you can see how much higher this number is, and you can see how the graphics make it far more easy to understand and clear than would be the words. Because when you leave the words, and I am being redundant, but I'm doing it for a reason, when you leave the words, you forget about them. You can't visualize them anymore, and you can't have the memory to say, oh, well, this is a significant difference. Next, please. Using the same 15,000 capacity tennis area, out of 15,000 people who received the Moderna vaccine, and Moderna obviously was involved with the other few you just saw, there were no serious side effects. None at all, none at all. Next. And here, out of 15,000 people who were not vaccinated, 30 developed severe COVID-19 infection. So to go from 0 to 30 and to see them in two tennis arenas with 15,000 capacity, which was the same capacity as was used by Moderna, then that's something that you can also add to an equation, talk to your friends about, talk to your family about, and that information then becomes something that you can understand, move to the next level, and begin to make your own decisions. Okay, so what you're seeing right now is a theater with 1,000 seats and a big question mark. And it's a symbol to illustrate the insufficient data to make an accurate and meaningful decision. And there are many, many decisions that are made without a meaningful decision, without the information that's necessary. And unfortunately, and this is the case in the United States, I'm not sure it happens elsewhere, but I'm quite sure it probably does. What happens is people are not willing to say, we really don't know. It's unclear. We really need to make this more clear before I make a decision. But it would certainly help folks who are concerned about this in households, people who are wishing they knew the information, to have people tell them, we really don't know it, but we're going to try to find out, and then come to closure. So we find this would be far more effective if in the States, if in Europe, if in Asia, people are more candid, and then when they get that information, they'll have a way to use these theaters and present how it should be presented. So final public decisions, and public, however you define it, is just like the rest of everyone. So it's based on understanding information, and we feel that these theaters will enhance that a great deal. That's founded on values and preferences, and everyone's entitled to their own values and preferences, and depend on inclinations and dispositions. We're all welcome to have that as well. And this should all be grounded on increased knowledge and interest. And as the information on COVID-19 is presenting to folks using these theaters and other graphics, then there will be increased knowledge and there will be increased interest. Okay, and so what you have in front of you right now is a book that I authored along with a colleague of mine who is a medical doctor, Andy Lazarus. The title of the book is Understanding COVID-19 Risks. All of the graphics that you saw earlier today comes from this book, and there are many more in the book. And basically what we're saying is now it's up to you. It's up to you to make your own decision. And I would just like to end by saying that if I can be of any assistance to folks in your foundation who would like to understand more about what we're doing and how we're doing it, please give me a call. I'd be happy to do so. I find that just asking the questions and being concerned about the issues you are concerned about based on what I was reading and why we're here, I think that this could be of significant value. The other value, which I think is also very, very important, is that this can be used anywhere around the world. And although you might be saying, well, that's something you might want to say for yourself, it's not true. There's no math here. There are no words that you don't understand. There are no words that are difficult and not appropriate, and on and on. So this is just a theater. With more dots, the worse the situation is, and with less, the better. And I just want to once again tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity to come here this evening.
Eric Rifkin'e de bu ilginç.
Thank you very much, Eric Rifkin, for this very interesting methodology. It's a very simple method to describe risk. It's a theater with 1,000 seats in it, and the dots are used in order to mark spaces, and it's better than verbal or graphical illustrations. And it's really an interesting literature created, and I find that such a method, when used with the right tools, might be very effective. And you do have enough examples of this to tell the truth. So this was our last speech. This marks the end of our pandemic health communication conference. We had really interesting presentations. I'd like to thank all our participants. Thank you very much, the esteemed founders of the foundation, Murat Ülker and Ali Ülker, and Talat Üçöz, the head of the foundation, and all the employees of the foundation. Thank you so much for bringing together communication experts in this conference, enabling us to understand COVID and what needs to be done. Thank you for big knowledge and the fatigue that comes along with the situation that requires us to tell things to people in a simple way so that they can understand how the infection is spread. First, to enable them to protect themselves from the infection, and then to help them fight against the conditions created by the pandemic, because against the odds, we breathe, we have families, we have lives that we need to lead, and we need to have hope for the future. As Turkey and as a globe, we need to, under the roof of the foundation, express our views. Have a nice evening, everyone, and next year we will